Good morning, everyone. We are going to get started and we are going to jump right into Public Works. There you go.
All right, thank you. As usual, I'm excited to be here to present the Public Works budget, but not as excited as the fact that it's below zero outside, so that's even better. Okay, so we'll jump into our 2025 goals. A lot of the goals listed for 2025 are part of capital project update that's going to come a little later, so I'll skip through some of them here. The development manual, Ms. Beggs spoke to yesterday, but that's almost done. We'll be back in the new year with that, so that kind of works into a 2026 project as well. The LaSalle Landing, we did complete the skate trail, as everyone's aware, and then in 2026 we're going to continue on with some of the work at the Marine Cut and the stormwater management facility. For 2026, we're going to get into our parks maintenance policy. We have to update that, just given our increased number of parks, number of amenities, number of amenities in the parks. We're going to be, sorry. Okay, we're going to be looking at our parks facilities, our parks maintenance policy. So we've had that a couple of years, we did that a few years ago, and we're going to be updating that again this year. We'll move to the next one. Facilities accessibility audit. So we want to conduct a facilities accessibility audit this year. That's something that came out of the Parks Master Plan. It's just to look at our indoor facilities. We're going to have a architect as well as a accessibility audit expert be looking at the facilities and kind of come up with a list of things that we should be doing or could be doing in our indoor facilities to help improve accessibility. Okay, moving into some of the budgets. On the corporate side, we have the Director of Operations. That's in keeping with the HR master plan. It's partially funded from the water or wastewater utility. In the roads budget, there's a number there of $50,000 in operations. A lot of that is contractual inflationary, but part of that is earmarked for the spraying that we want to do. We do some spraying, but as you know, Phragmites has been a bit of an issue that's come up. So we want to be able to do a little more in our ditches and drains when it comes to spraying. It won't be in River Canard, unfortunately, but it will be in what we can control, and just to try to help mitigate and maybe start to reduce the number of Phragmites over the next few years. We'll see if it has an effect over the next few years. Drainage and storm sewers are more or less the same. No real changes in services or what we're doing with drainage and storm on an operation side. Facilities, there's a number of facilities there of 30,000. You'll see that is for the additional operating budget numbers we need for Fire Hall 2. So we put a number in there for some of the regular ongoing maintenance we'll need to do there. It won't be too high for the first few years, but when a new building opens, often there's things right off the bat, and then it settles down for a little while for a number of years until it kind of will maybe start to come back up. In parks, we have the seasonal staff. I think that's been brought up already, but we have seasonal staff for the additional parks and amenities that keep being added to the town. This is two seasonal staff positions as part of the HR master plan. And water, there's not too much to mention in water other than just really the costs of treatment and costs of purchasing water are the main things that are changing in here. There's one other item under water operating. We do need to increase the number of water meters we're purchasing to replace to keep those up to date. So I think that is in that part of that operating number in addition to water purchase is that large inflationary cost there. Moving into some of the enhancements on the capital side, a lot of these items have been budgeted for in the past, and we're increasing those budgets as we get closer to doing that work, just as we have a better idea of what we'll be spending. So for Malden Road, I believe $12.5 million previously been approved. This is another $7.5 million to get us to $20 million. We're going to be tendering that early next year. We think the construction cost we're estimating is going to be in the $15 million range, and the additional money is to take care of property acquisition. For Howard Bouffard detailed design, we have $2.5 million. Previously, I think 500 was approved, 500,000, sorry, and this 2.5 just is going to hopefully cover us for the Drainage Act work that we have to do. Stormwater management facility at the waterfront. There was a previous 3.1 kind of earmarked for that, so this gets us up to around the $5 million number. We're going to start into detailed design on that this year. We have the water central feeder main. Mr. Langlois brought this report to water wastewater, I think at the last meeting. This is our contribution to the work that Windsor Utilities is doing for their central feeder main, and this is our proportion of that for that phase of that work. We have the sanitary twin force main. This is actually detailed design, not preliminary design. The preliminary design is already underway, and this is for the detailed design, so we'll be kind of rolling. Once we have the preliminary design done, the consultant will be able to give us a more informed and detailed proposal for the detailed design. We have our holiday light expansion, as we usually do, which we always like to keep adding twinkly lights around the town, which look great. Town hall flower planters, so I think everyone would see in kind of the concourse towards the east side of the building there, there's a couple of gray planter boxes in the raised flower beds. We did that as a bit of a trial to see how that would look, and we think it looks pretty good. We've been having trouble in the past getting flowers to really flourish in those raised beds because there's so many tree roots in those raised beds over that side. So we're going to buy a few more of those flower planter boxes and do that to a few more of those raised beds to get some color in there. On the facility side, we have the accessibility audit, which I mentioned earlier. The building condition audit is for fire, town hall, and police, and it's really an asset management function of going through the different building components and getting an updated assessment of their condition and their lifespan, and it just kind of flows into our asset management information and just gives us more accurate, up-to-date information on some of our building components. We did do this for the Vollmer and another building, I think the event center we did this for in the last couple of years, so this is kind of continuing on with that. And then we have maintenance manager software. That is to continue to help automate some of our work order software and hardware. We have a few different softwares that we use and we need to be able to integrate them a bit more just to create some efficiencies. So that is part of that. We need some outside consulting help when doing some of that, as well as some hardware, so that is all captured in that maintenance manager software line item. In fleet, we have the vehicle diagnostic scanner. That's just an updated scanner for newer vehicles. Every few years they change and they have to be updated. So with some new vehicles, we need a new one of those. I'm sure in a few years we need another new one, and so on and so forth. The sidewalk profiler attachment, that is what we use to grind down our sidewalks where there's a trip hazard lip. Currently, we have a hand cart that does it, and a staff member that goes out and does it with a hand cart. This is an attachment that goes on our trackless machine, kind of like a tractor, and it does the work a lot faster, and it's just a way to kind of provide some efficiency on doing that and get more done quickly. So that's what that item is for. The snowplow broom attachment, so it's not for snow, it is for summer maintenance. What we do when we do shouldering is we use one of our dump trucks, and it has an attachment to add stone to the shoulder. Then we often have a backhoe with a broom attachment behind, with another staff member behind with a broom. This puts a kind of a broom attachment onto the truck itself. So hopefully we were able to do our shouldering with less staff and create an efficiency that way. The utility task vehicle, we call it the Toolcat. That's a brand name, so I'm not supposed to say that, but that's what we always refer to it as. And so that's in parks, and that's for just our increased staff and increased need for additional vehicles in the park side. The C-CAN storage containers are for LaSalle Landing. So a lot of the winter items that we have down at LaSalle Landing, we need to store so we can load them up in a container and then move them over to the Public Works yard for the summer. And lastly, we have the meter read base station. So this was a previously approved item as well, but this is additional funding to add a meter reader on what I think is going to be the new tower at Public Works. This is to capture, we have some dead areas in our meter reading that don't get caught from the tower here. So this is to add another reader to work in unison with the reader that's at this tower. But as we've looked into it, we realized what we had previously budgeted wasn't enough for that. So that's the additional funding required for that. And then I just want to make another comment on fleet while we're on this page. Councillor Reno asked a question yesterday about deferring a capital purchase and what that does to the operating budget. Aside from just, keeping the bank account a little bigger for another year, especially when it comes to vehicles and fleet, deferring purchasing fleet, you really start to increase maintenance costs, as everyone knows, on a vehicle. Once you get to that 10, 11, 12-year mark, they can really start to jump up quickly. So with some purchases, it doesn't maybe make as much of a difference, but you really see it in fleet with the transmission can go at any time or things like that. The risk just kind of gets increased. So there are potential significant maintenance, like operational costs, that kind of go along with deferring fleet purchases. Moving into some of our KPIs, I'm just going to talk to a couple of them here. The water droplet there is 92%. That was 100% last year, but no worries. The water is still extremely safe to drink. What that was when we do our sampling and our testing, on one particular test out of the hundreds of tests we do a year, in the middle of the test, we got called to an emergency, and we kind of abandoned the sample, and it was kind of an administrative fail, I guess you'd call it. So the water was actually fine. It just, we left to go put out a fire elsewhere, and that sample just never got the loop closed, and that's why we have a 92% there. And then on the road side, we have the PCI. So the PCI is a pavement condition index. It has dropped since the number we had in 2023. So this is the first time, I think, since I've been here, we've really seen it drop. We do have a more accurate way of looking at the PCI in the last few years than in previous years. In previous years, it was a little more rudimentary in the way it was done. We used kind of new technology, new cameras, and kind of a specialized vehicle to get the PCI. And we do have a drop here. And it could be contributed to our, as simple as funding. So we have $1.5 million that we spent on a mill and pave. We've had that for a few years now. If we continue with $1.5 million, forever, that number would continue, the PCI will continue to drop. So I think it's just a first indicator. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll look at what the number is next year. But it's just something to keep an eye on, and it kind of speaks to our, the 65% asset funding that we was talked about quite a bit yesterday, and that we're never going to be we're not fully funded. No one's fully funded, but we do start to see things like this when, as a result of not being fully funded. This next one. This graphic here is our work order composition in our Public Works Department of percentage of who does what work orders. So it's not a huge story to tell here. Our work order number does continue to rise, but it's rising at a little more level rate than in previous years. A lot of that is because we've captured a lot of the work that we do with the work order system. We're not just doing work without kind of documenting it. So I think we've capturing everything we do in the work orders. They continue to climb just at a kind of slower rate than a few years ago. So that's there for council's information on the kind of breakdown of what our work orders are. Moving to the capital projects, the mill and pave, I spoke about a bit, but we did complete the 2025 Broderick Road mill and pave with cold in place recycling, which was pretty cool. We haven't done that. I don't know if we've ever done that before, but you can see the kind of the train there in the picture. And then we're going to be doing Disputed Road next year, potentially Senator and Weneta next year, depending on what we find out about the stormwater analysis we're going to do. Traffic signals, as council knows, we did the Sprucewood Matchett signals, which are working quite well, I believe. I haven't heard too many complaints about it, so that's a positive. And then as part of the Malden job, we'll be doing Malden-Ream traffic signals. We did the Matchett Road Turkey Creek Bridge in early 2025. As part of the disputed paving job, we'll be fixing a retaining wall at the Kelly Disputed Bridge. That was previously approved in a couple budgets ago, but we kind of delayed that project to line up with the paving work we're going to be doing on Disputed. We did the two of our active transportation pedestrian crossings. We updated the ones at Matchett and Sprucewood this year. And then on the water main side, we'll be doing a replacement on Quick and Wales. And then once we get into the Malden job, that will kind of capture our water main replacement for the probably preceding 2 years, the following 2 years, sorry. Then we're going to move on to a few larger capital projects. So just an update on Malden Road. We are in the middle of the property expropriation process with Mr. DeDalt, who's kind of championing the legal part of that, obviously. And we've got a large segment of the properties, and we're, more continue to come in over the next few months. Enough that Enbridge has been able to start their work, and you've seen Enbridge out there starting their work. They'll be back once the heavy winter is done in the spring, as well as Hydro One will be in there. They have to do some pole replacements, not all the pole replacements, but some pole replacements to kind of fit with the new design of the road. So that will happen through the first part of next year, and then our goal is to be tendering early this year and have our contractors start mid-year on Malden Road, and that will go through 2027 as well. And then we'll move to the DMAF project. So we are doing the storm sewer work we did it on Adams Lane and some on Front Road. We'll be going back in the spring with 2 crews to complete the storm sewer work on Front Road in the spring, aiming to have that done before the summer of 2026, so we're able to go over to Malden Road after that. So that would complete the storm sewer work, and then there's the 2 pump stations, the one at Ream at Craig G. Park and the one at Adams Lane. Those will likely be tendered in early 2026, and I would expect those to start partway through 2026 and into 2027. Those 2 pump stations don't really have an effect on traffic, so the kind of time constraints with that aren't as critical as the work on the road, but we'll be getting into that next year. And then the Stage 3 EA, so that's the section from the Marintet Drain about around Victory south to the south limit of town. That EA is nearly complete, or it's drafted. I would imagine we'll be back in the first part of 2026 with the drafted EA report and some recommendations to council and the public to finish up the Stage 3 section of that project. Then we have the Howard Bouffard Master Drainage Solution. As everyone knows, we had the excellent grant from the government for the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund. And this is going to go through the Drainage Act process, which we're in now. We're going to be having a public meeting in a couple weeks, I believe, to kick that off with the public. That Drainage Act process, I don't know how long it's going to take. They typically take a while. This one, we're, really everyone knows there's a lot of pressure that kind of comes with this one, so it's kind of at the top of the list as far as the Drainage Act reports go, but we'll keep working away at it as quickly as we can, and hopefully by near the end of the year, we have we have a better, well, we'll have updates throughout the year on where we're at with the drainage check process, but the consultant knows, and we know, and all the developers know that we want to keep this, we have to keep this moving, so it's definitely a top priority on the capital project side. And then at the end of it all, we'll be constructing that large drain to provide an adequate outlet for that greenfield development area, and then relieve the flood inundation area that we've had there for a long time. I'm just going to move into some challenges that we have kind of departmentally, or challenges. We have these large projects, these large infrastructure projects, which are really great and fun to work on, but it's more than I think we've ever had in the past. It takes a lot of staff time and effort to run these projects. They often don't go, but they never go smoothly, really. So it takes a lot of work and time to run the project. So as fun as they are to kind of run and exciting as they are, it does take a lot of time, and it is a larger quantity than we've been used to in the past. So we have the three that I just mentioned, but over the next few years, there's some other potential ones I kind of listed there. We have the twin sanitary force main that will likely be happening in the next few years. We have the Malden Road second phase, which may happen in the next 10 years. We're doing the EA and secondary plan on Front Road, so that could potentially lead to modifications on Front Road. We always have the Ream Road extension between Disputed, and Malden. And then, we've applied for grants at the Valmer for expansion and haven't been successful, unfortunately, but at some point we'll be, I'm sure, expanding the Valmer. And there's, I'm sure, a number of other ones that aren't listed there, but I think the message is that, it's not going to stop. I don't think these large projects, it's going to continue, and as the town grows, they're going to be required, and it's just something, it's an exciting challenge, I guess I would kind of phrase it as. So there's always the funding aspect of it. That's the challenge, as council is well aware, and then the time and the effort that it takes to run the projects. Another challenge, I'll just kind of move to smaller projects. So I, picture a residential road. So something that we kind of are struggling with is we're running out of these standalone projects. And what I mean by that is, typically we would take our water main replacement money and go replace a water main, where it kind of made sense that we can get in there and just do the water main. Or we would go do a path somewhere where we're able to go do a path and really don't have to do any other work associated with it. We're really starting to run out of projects where it's just those one-off things that can be done. Typically, when we'll go identify a project, it needs storm sewer, installment or replacement, or if you want to do the path, we need to infill the ditch, or the road is in really terrible shape. We really need to rebuild the road, and should we be adding curb and gutter? So this is the typical existing cross-section you see there. Actually, this is from a council report, I think earlier this year or late last year, just on what it would cost overall town-wide to install curb and gutter everywhere. And this is kind of some of that same information, but just to run through a couple cross-sections of what that looks like. We could go to the next one there. So this would be the top cross-section there is just replacing what we have. And the next cross-section down is like an enhanced version, is to build it to our, the town standard of what a residential road is. So, I don't have the magic bullet answer at the moment on how we achieve this. It's something we're always discussing with administration and finance on how we can go about this, but we're approaching a point over the next few years where we'll have to start consolidating some of our projects into one project, and then it's going to lead to, what other things should we be doing on that road when we're there and we're, making a big mess. So that's one of the challenges that we'll have for, probably my whole career, to be honest, is how we deal with this. But it's kind of coming up in the next few years on what we want to do with these types of residential streets. Just moving on to a success. In partnership with the planning department, as everyone knows, the shops at Heritage are underway and built, and we had this lovely roundabout that was constructed. It took quite a bit of planning work and work with the developer to kind of coordinate how this roundabout came to be, but it's there now, and I think it's working really, really well, and it looks nice. And then there'll be a future roundabout at Demore and Sandwich West Parkway. Kind of a cool picture because this picture has the black there is it's called the OGDL. So that's an open graded drainage layer that sits under the concrete, which they're pouring concrete in that picture there. And it's a different type of road design, more for heavier traffic roads to take some of the water away from the roads when it seeps into the cracks and reduce the amount of cracking and deforming that you see in a road after 10 years or so. We have, I'm plugging OGDL here, but we have OGDL on Todd Lane, and Todd Lane is holding up extremely, extremely well. I think, as everyone noticed, we're approaching, I think, 9 years on Todd Lane of age, and it's really doing quite well. And then the last one we'll end with LaSalle Landing. It was a challenge, but more of a success, I think. To get it built was a challenge, and Mr. Capucci and Mr. Mara worked extremely hard to get it built. And now, in the past few months, we've been in the process of kind of flipping that over to the operations side with Mr. Beggs and Mr. Masonovich and their teams to set up the staffing, get the ice plant, making sure the ice plant runs, making ice. Mark Beggs, I think we should change his title to ice maker or something associated with ice is maybe going to be his new job title.
He is ice obsessed.
Ice obsessed, yeah, I think that works. But yeah, so it was a challenge and nerve-wracking to get that facility up and going, but so far so good, and everyone's excited for tonight. So I think that leaves my last slide, and I'm available for any questions.
Okay. Nerve-wracking is a good word to use. I think we all felt that way, but I will attest that it is amazing down there. You guys have all done a wonderful job, and I don't think we could have asked for anything more. And being the first in Ontario to open, I know we had our sign out there when we got there. I think that's something to be extremely proud of, especially being our first year fully doing it. I think it's very impressive. And so your team, every team, I mean, every department was really involved in that, and I know we're all really excited about tonight. So questions or comments from members of council on Councillor Carrick?
Through your worship, just the Howard Boufard district, I know it's premature, but there's a lot going on there. So when would we expect shovels in the ground? Because I'm getting that asked all the time, especially from some developers in the area or potential developers.
Thank you for the question. Are you referring to the drain or housing?
So housing, we're going to go over to Ms. Beggs for development, but his report was specifically just to the drainage. Right. Okay.
Through you, so as council is aware, that particular project was appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal, and so we're going through that process now. We've received 5 separate appeals from different landowners, and it's a long and arduous process. We are at the stage in the process where the appellants have identified their specific issues with respect to the plan, whether it's policy in nature or specific to their property. And we are kind of going through those issues to determine if they're specific to their site or if they deal with the plan as a whole. And so once we have a good understanding of that, we'll be in a position to make a motion to the tribunal to have all the other parts of the plan that aren't subject to an appeal brought into full force and effect. So that's the process that we have to go down with our legal counsel to determine site specificity. And then the next step is to make a further motion to the tribunal to have the unappealed portions of the plan brought into full force and effect.
Thank you for the answer. I just kind of looking for actual timeline. Would it be a year, 2 years? Do we have any control over that, or will we know? Because I'm getting it all the time, especially from a couple. So I just want to make sure I'm giving them the right answer.
That's really interesting that you're getting it all the time. I'd welcome, the proponents or residents or developers to contact me directly, and I can help navigate that process and provide specific detail and answers. because I haven't gotten a lot of questions about that, and I'd be happy to answer those questions directly if that's helpful for you. In terms of timing, our hearing is scheduled for September in 2026. And that'll be a 3-week hearing because there are 5 appellants, and each appellant calls probably 2 to 3 witnesses each. And so it's a long process, and then it's kind of anybody's best guess in terms of when the board member issues their decision after the hearing. It could be 2 weeks, it could be 6 weeks, it could be 2 months. So it's kind of a hard question to answer. Roughly September is our hearing date, and then after that, we'll kind of see what the tribunal has to say.
Okay, so I will send them to you. Sometimes it's easier to ask a counselor than have to come through administration as a buffer. Having said that, though, so we're at least not looking at anything before 2027, is my guess. Does that make sense?
If we're successful to get other portions of the plan brought into force and effect, then we might see shovels in the ground on those sections. But with respect to the specific parcels that have been appealed, we may either settle them through mediation or at the tribunal.
So not anytime real soon. Thank you. Listen, I just kind of want to have an understanding, and I don't mean to be going back and forth, but I just kind of want to, trying to nail down more of a timeline, and I know that's really hard to do. But I'll just tell them 2027, and hopefully I'm right.
I think it's a little out of our hands, but I think they are doing everything they can to at least try to get some parcels of land in 2026 would be the goal, but realizing that it's not our decision, unfortunately. So. Agreed. Any other questions or comments, Councillor Segan?
Through you, Mayor. The Malden Phase 2, I know you indicated that it would take approximately a 10-year span. You have anything closer? Like, I live in that area, and that's the question I get all the time. And what are the factors that would prohibit it from starting sooner than later?
Well, I could think of one factor, which will be funding, yeah. But I think what's going to really trigger the second phase of Malden, in addition to funding or availability of capital, is the development we see in Howard Bouffard. A lot of what came out of the EA for Malden Road was based on growth. So as growth continues, we'll get closer to knowing when Malden Phase 2 may have to be done. Another factor that'll play in is the extension of Ream Road and the extension of DOT, which would connect to Ellis. So if those 2 roads are to be built, it may allow us to delay the Malden Road project a little, or vice versa. I think there's some, we'll have to weigh those things as time goes on and as Howard Bouffard continues to develop, and then the capital funding side will be an important part of it as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Councillor Byrne?
Thank you for your report on the equipment, but again, when I look at fleet replacements, I would like more information. And what I would like to see, I know it's not possible for this year, I'd like to know the year of the vehicle, the mileage, and what we've spent on it. It gives, I think, the public a better understanding why we're replacing a 10-year-old vehicle when we all know I drive a 203. I can keep it for another year going with a few minor repairs. So I think on that part, we can have that, whether I'm here or not for next budget, that's your decision. When you're looking at the smaller projects, I certainly look at Stewart, and I can remember 10 or 12 years ago, that was our main street after we did Bouffard over at $9 million with new curves, sanitary sewers, drainage, all of that good stuff. And I don't see it anywhere in the foreseeable future, but I look at that as and maybe Suzanne is another one, and I'm sure there's many other, where we have 5,000 or 1,000 feet of old infrastructure from the 90s, and then I move into the Rosati developments back there, and it's a perfect urban crossroad that we have everywhere else. So when I look around that whole area, everybody else has a modern road, except the people who've lived on those streets for 30, 40 years. I think that's what you're referring to in your small capital. Certainly like to see something of a timetable for next year's budget. It's pretty, it gives you time to look at it, and I know it's going to be either grants or funding. So those are the challenges, and we certainly have a lot of those. So thank you for your presentation. When in the report as well, you say the grader is at its optimum trade-in value. So what would have been important to me is the number of hours, repairs on that thing, and to justify that capital. I'm not second-guessing your professional opinion or the timeframes that we have already established for those replacements, but again, to the public, and I've received comments, why are we replacing something that currently works well? You know, we want to cut the tax rate. There's the number one issue. So I think with a little more detail in the budget would certainly help this council and future councils. So those are my only comments, and thank you for your report.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor Burns. I can probably talk to a few of those items. There's, when it comes to the roads and the residential roads that don't have curb and gutter, the list is infinitely long on which roads we could go and do. You have from Oliver Farms to Picker Road and Old LaSalle to some of the ones you mentioned in and off Malden Road. You know, it doesn't, you know, if you're a resident on a street where you don't have curb and gutter, it may not seem fair that you don't have it, but someone else has it. But at the end of the day, that property, whoever developed that property, didn't pay for curb and gutter to be there. So they bought the parcel the way it was, and that's what they paid for. The neighbor who has curb and gutter, they paid for that curb and gutter when they bought that lot. So there is a little difference there, and over time that kind of washes away a bit. But really, when you mention, you know, when we may go do Stewart or a street like that, it's going to come down to capital, the investment we transfer to capital, and how much that is. At the moment, with the number of other projects we have, we really don't have the capital money to go do those projects. And like you mentioned, grants or another type of funding is really what we may need to get us to be able to do that, aside from continuing to increase the transfer to capital. And then at some point, we'll have enough where we can maybe start going to do those things. But I don't want to lead you down the road of thinking that Stewart reconstruction is going to be in next year's budget, because I don't think that it will be.
Excuse me. So as part of some of our next year's goals, we're going to work on getting accurate costs on some of these roads, prioritize them. We're going to present to council. You know, some as we know, prices can skyrocket unexpectedly, like they did a couple years ago. So things can always change, but we're going to work towards getting a priority list, not just on roads, on sidewalks and whatnot, and present that to council so that council has that in a package, and when they get asked those questions, they have an idea what they can, how they can answer the residents on when their road or different projects might be completed. And that's all depending on funding and costs and whatnot, and condition ratings and whatnot. So we'll have that presented at next year's budget.
I certainly understand, Jonathan, that we did not pay. I live in Gulfview. Lot was $5,000 back in the day. If you looked east of the creek, was 5. If you went, no, east of the creek was 10. West of the creek, where I live, was 5,000. So obviously, I wasn't the original builder, but nobody paid for that, and the same with all other areas in the town. It's just more or less I guess, a strategy to get there, because it seems pointless to me to go down a road and just asphalt it and leave it the way it is without some sort of improvements, whether it is an asphalt sidewalk, but we need to do something in some of those areas, and I certainly look forward to that, and I understand the financial impacts. I mean, it's huge. I mean, if it was 9 million for Beaufort 15 or 20 years ago, or 6 million, it's certainly probably going to be 12 million to do Stewart or more. So I just put it out there so that people, when they look at it, whether it's Oliver Farms, always I get the comment, you haven't done anything for me since the 60s. Well, that's not necessarily true, but if you look at the roads, they're probably right in some areas. So thank you for your input, and certainly Dale as well.
Thank you for raising this, Councilor Burns, because it is something that we struggle with internally. I think Mr. Osborne has referred to the lack of, I'll call it, no job is simple, but perhaps the more straightforward and one-sided jobs where we can go in and just change the water line or water line on the road, water main on the road. What we've done most of that now, and so now we want to avoid a situation where we replace the water main this year and 2 years later we install storm sewers, and 2 years later after that we repair the road and just rip up what we just did. And you know, oftentimes municipal governments get criticized for that because, you know, we just put it in. Why would you go and rip that section up? So we're at the point now, or quickly approaching it, where a $1 million water main job turns into a $7 or $8 million entire job. And so that is kind of where we're at. On the other side of the coin, you know, we are at 60%, 65% funding on our assets. That's based on replacing them in the current state that they are. And so streets that you mentioned, and again, it's a level of service conversation that if we want to get to that, and this is you know, it goes beyond the budget today, and Mr. Langley spoke to a further report to council. But if we, from a strategy perspective, if we want to improve those areas and elevate them away from what we term as a rural cross-section into a more urbanized cross-section, we will need to drastically increase our contributions to asset management. Because I think, if I recall correctly, the numbers was in the hundreds of millions of dollars to replace, and I think we took a look at what would be the traditional front road district area and improving the roads up in that area. So it's not that we don't want to do them. That's not the issue at all. We really, what we don't want to do is spend money only to rip it up a year or two later. That's what we're trying to avoid to the greatest degree possible. Emergency situations come up and we will deal with those, but on a planned approach, we want to avoid those types of situations. But in terms of improving the level of service, we're going to have, if that's what council's wishes, if that's what the community is looking for, if that's what council's looking for, and it requires a larger conversation than just what we're here today. But that conversation requires a much more drastic increase in asset management funding, and or a much more successful route to getting grants. Because I think some of the areas that we have done improvements on have come through a grant application of some sort years ago. But I think that's the challenge we have. We're struggling with it as well in terms of understanding, like, how do we treat certain ratepayers equally, even though they may not have contributed equally at the onset, and then what do we do, and how do we plan out infrastructure work so that we're not tripping over ourselves and replacing things that we just put in. So it's a delicate balance, and again, Mr. Langley spoke to a future report to council, but as you can expect, the report can be a little sobering in terms of the financial impact, but also, again, from a strategy perspective, we want to get all on the same page to ensure that we're doing things the way, you know, the community's looking for, the way council's looking for, and informed by some of the expertise that we have in-house.
Councillor Spagnola.
Thank you, through you. In terms of the capital budget request, the items that you're requesting, like the full-size cab truck, you're looking for a few of them, as well as the excavator, those will be replacements, so will you be selling the older ones to generate some funds?
That's correct, yeah. Oftentimes, we will be selling a truck of some sort, likely that truck, but depending on what the use of the truck was, some trucks take a little bit harder, have a little harder life than others. We try to move them around so that it's as evenly distributed as possible, but in certain situations, we may move, a truck that's kind of done with our full-time staff. Maybe it becomes, if it still has a decent amount of life in it, we may make that a student truck for another year or two, and then sell a different truck. Or it varies year to year, and I don't know which exact ones we'll be selling, but at the end of the day, it's when we buy one, we sell one, and that's typically what it is, and we work in a kind of a trade-in cost into that.
Any other questions? I just didn't know she was done. You're good? Yeah. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question. There was a few years ago, and even at County Council working with ambulance, the procurement time for vehicles with special municipality uses, has that constrained? Is that the same? Like, what is your long-term plan when would you believe that we'd be able to expect these, and is it difficult? I'm just wondering if the cycle has changed from where we were looking to the chief's fire truck, even how long he had to plan for that. Just some ideas if you can help me out, please, sir.
Yep. For pickup trucks, it's much better than it was a few years ago when we were kind of in the COVID era. So we can get pickup trucks without too much delay. When it comes to snow trucks, it's probably still at least a year to build it and get a delivery of a snow truck. Not as bad as a fire truck though, so a bit quicker than that. And then the heavy equipment seems pretty readily available actually. So there's really not a huge delay with the heavy equipment.
Just one supplemental, maybe not you, but maybe Mr. Langlois. The impacts of what our friend to the south is doing, do we see that in our purchases of heavy equipment and things like that as well? Or is that just something that you have not yet experienced? And if you, just looking for some input on that as well, sir.
I haven't seen any impact at this point in time, but it's early, so.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Just further to the Deputy Mayor's question, one of the challenges that we're recently trying to get ahead of is the new Buy Ontario legislation. And I think, again, as a municipality, as citizens of this country, we're supportive of that policy. But I will tell you that some of our purchases have components or come from the U.S. currently. Obviously, they predate this change in the legislation. We are finding, however, that if I look back in our history, when we have gone to other countries for purchases, it's been based on a price model. And so I think that if this legislation continues in the way it does, it will put upward pressure on our cost base because the pricing advantage that we may have gotten because of a U.S. production side is going to be eliminated. And so when we go to Canadian suppliers, their cost base is what it is. And so I can tell you that, for example, on some of our particularly fire trucks, which have a long lead time, there is a price differential between a Canadian supplier and a U.S. supplier. It's the same quality product that we're getting, so they meet the spec from that perspective. But as this legislation becomes more and more ingrained in our practices, we are going to see just a natural uptick in our pricing and our cost structure because for some items, not all items, for some items, the cost structure in Canada is a bit more than the cost structure elsewhere. And so we will start to begin to deal with that. And it speaks back to the commentary that Mr. Langlois spoke to earlier about some of the escalating costs we've had with our capital side. So it is, we're trying to manage maneuver through the legislation appropriately. Certainly from a conceptual perspective, we're totally on board. We're just trying to understand what the impacts are going to be to us, but I suspect, we haven't seen it quite yet, but I suspect that the cost pressures that we're feeling on some of these things, and it might be vehicle related, it might also be even products in terms of pipe and things of that nature coming from a different source. Those things are going to start to see a higher pricing because it's just a wider market to buy from when you include the U.S. market as opposed to the Canadian one.
Just to follow up for the CAO, then I would hope that most Canadians, I use myself as an example. I bought a patriotic Canadian shirt that had a slogan on it. I won't say the slogan because it might imply something that I believe, but it was not, the T-shirt was made in Canada. And yes, I paid more for it, and I accepted that. So for future, if possible, if we are buying specifically Canadian products, can we note that? Because again, it explains to the public that we're being responsible, that we are doing this, but it also explains, just like you did quite eloquently, why truck X or truck Y might cost $10,000 more than it did the year before. But like I said, I was happy in my purchase, personally, of what I bought, knowing that it was made in Canada and it had an actual tag and it wasn't a product of Canada, it was made in Canada. So I just, if that's possible, and I realize, as you put it, it's going to affect our bottom line, but I don't believe that anyone who lives in this country with what the economic pressures that we're facing would be objecting to understanding that a truck or a grader or any piece of equipment has a maple leaf on it, and that's what we're paying $2,000 more. Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Councillor Segan.
Through you, Mayor Malash, regarding the excavator, the capital budget impact, $350,000, obviously looking for ways not to reduce spending. What is the actual cost of a new one, and what is the trade-in value to get to that figure?
Thank you for the question. I believe we estimated about a $100,000 trade-in value. So I think the total cost is around the $450,000 price range. That excavator is around 10 years old. It did have quite a significant failure a few years ago. It does work fine, but this is one of the items that if the longer we keep it, it does increase the risk of maybe another potential failure. So we just felt, through our fleet division and our mechanic, who's a very experienced heavy equipment mechanic, now's really the optimal time to do that trade-in. Whether it's, this seems like the right time to do it, it just kind of feels right, but that's the reason we have that in the budget right now.
Further. How much time do you think we really have, though, honestly? Like, how many more years can we run this?
Yeah, I can't put
No estimate?
I cannot put an estimate on it.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Go ahead.
Just further to the deputy mayor's question, a big thing that's going to be happening next year is the Canada, U.S., Mexico agreement, a revision that they're going to be looking at. So if there's changes with auto parts, we ship a lot of automotive parts to the States, that could, if there's tariffs that start happening on those, that could significantly increase prices. And it's not just, there's various different products, but that's one specifically that we sometimes purchase items from the States. So if the price goes up there and then there's no tariffs coming back, but the tariffs going there, it could result in an increased price. But at this point in time, we don't know what's going to happen because it hasn't been negotiated yet. But there's just some future unknowns that we'll find out in the next year or two, if there's going to be a increase in price related to that.
Understood. I'm a car guy too, and parts for my classics have gone up ridiculously. All I'm asking is, just like when I go to the grocery store, there's a little maple leaf. That's all I'm looking for. So if you can help, so that myself and the public can understand the why. That's what we want to do.
Put that on our quarterly procurement report.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
No other questions or comments? I have one. Yesterday, we saw a eye-popping slide about hot asphalt mix and the cost. Realistically, that 1.5 million is not getting us much anymore. So in your professional opinion, when should we start increasing that number? Because I don't know how many kilometers of road we're getting done now compared to what we were getting done 5 years ago.
I think really to give you a better answer, it's really digging in and refining what we do on the asset management side. So I don't want to just maybe throw out a number. I mean, for me, more is better. We'll pave till there's nothing left to pave. I mean, from our engineering standpoint. But I think we really need to work with finance over the next year or two to refine what we do on the asset management side. put in more detailed information, analyze it, to really come up with what the right number is. But I could probably tell you it's more than 1.5. We could spend 2, we could spend 2.5, we could spend 3, but, 1.5 is sufficient at the moment. It's what we have and it's what we will work with. But at some point in the near future, it will have to go up. And it will tie into what we do, as Mr. Militia was talking about earlier, with those other residential streets and those combined projects. So it kind of all works together in what that right number for just mill and pave is, and what's that right number for going to rebuild, an old residential street, and what's the right number for our large capital roads like Malden or Front Road.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. Further to what Mr. Osborne was saying, it really does go to a holistic approach. The mill and pave right now, again, it's like we're fixing a crumbling house and the foundation's crumbling, but we keep on replacing the walls, but we're not fixing the problem underneath. And that is what's happening right now with our mill and pave program. What we used to get 10, 15 years out of a mill and pave, we're now getting 4 or 5 years out of a mill and pave because the granular underneath is just not there anymore. And so it goes back to the question of replacing and repairing the base and allowing the construction to occur. And that is, again, I've been here for 15 years. Mr. Militia and I have been back and forth on this topic since I started. And so, it was one of those things where we have been really struggling with when is that next step. So instead of increasing the mill and pave, there would be better suggestion to looking at a reconstruction process or an enhanced road maintenance or management or replacement budget or something of that nature in the future, because that really goes down that process. For that topic, I have two really good examples for council to grapple with, and it's one where we did the complete replacement, one where we piecemealed it. And so Ream Road is one where we piecemealed. Ream Road between Matchett and Malden. In 2008 or so, the developer came in, did some trail work, did some storm sewer work. 4 or 5 years later, the town came in, did some trail work, did some storm sewer work. 3 years after that, the town came in again and did a water main work, and the road is still the road that's been there for the last 2 or 3 decades. Where we did the right process was Todd Lane, where we went in and did everything all at once. Now, granted, you can see the values of those 2 different projects, even if you take all 3 projects and add them up on Ream Road and you compare it to Todd Lane, there's no comparison in terms of cost. Todd Lane was a lot more, but we're out of Todd Lane, we're not going back, we don't have to really worry about that stuff for the next 2 or 3 decades, right? And now, milling and pave Todd Lane makes sense because we have a good base, and that's really where it comes down to looking at that future process of how do we replace and repair and upgrade the infrastructure we have relative to, especially roads is the biggest thing, because that's what everybody gets to see at the end of the day. But again, there's a lot of underground stuff that needs to go along with it.
Thank you. All right. I think we're good. Do you have something to add?
Well, there is a council report that I have that I think makes sense to do now. Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so this report is on the Vollmer parking lot pavement. So really just looking at what we have at the Vollmer in the way of parking lots, and as well as Judy Recker, what their condition is, what our kind of replacement timeline is and costs, and then what future replacements might look like. So in the report, there's kind of a chart there that summarizes what all those statistics are. And if there's anything, we'll kind of reference back to that chart. But if there's any questions on that chart, please ask. But ultimately, I'll just summarize a bit here. Parking lots 1 and 2 at the Vollmer. So this is just kind of on the east side of the Vollmer, kind of the main parking lot, we'll call it, is in need of asphalt replacement, especially the west half of it, the closer half of it to the facility. So that's something that should happen in the next couple of years. I would expect to see that in a future budget in the next year or 2. Following that, the other half of that parking lot should likely be paved, as well as parking lot 2. Those projects, if there is other work at the Volmer, maybe they could be tied into another capital project or upgrade, but those parking lots right immediately around the Volmer are kind of subject to needing asphalt replacement in the next few years. Parking lot 3 was upgraded in 2020, so this was a gravel parking lot. We added electrical items to accommodate the Strawberry Festival, and curb and gutter, line painting, all that type of stuff. So it really turned out great, and we do utilize that parking lot quite a bit. And so that was about $400,000 at the time, and it's in good condition for the foreseeable future. Lots 4 and 5, so would be kind of the lot by Sandwich Secondary and the soccer fields. Those were built as part of the soccer field construction. The pavement is in good to fair condition, so we'll just keep an eye on that from an assessment standpoint, but likely in the next 10, 12, 15 years, those may need to be repaved. And then finally, lots 6 and 7 at the back, those are the 2 big gravel parking lots. Right now, we spend a few days a year and some money on gravel, just grading those and keeping them maintained. And that's our current level of service we provide for those parking lots. If we wanted to pave those, which I think was kind of the original question for this report, is what would it cost to pave these things? It's in the chart there, would be about $400,000 and $450,000 respectively. And that's just for asphalt, so that doesn't include curb. So fairly significant costs. And then we look at Judy Wrecker, same thing. It would need some regrading and some catch basins and some kind of drainage upgrades along the way. But we could just pave Judy Wrecker for $750,000. So some fairly significant costs to pave those. It would provide a nicer level of service to the users of the Volmer, no doubt. But it does come with quite a bit of high upfront capital costs. And then on the back end of that, I think it's important just to note, when we enhance something like that, we should be also setting aside some money for the future replacement, which finance does. But in this case, I have $150,000 in there. I think that's including curb, to be fair. So just to give you an idea, to fully fund the pavement for those 2 parking lots and curb, to redo that in 25 years, I believe was the number we used, 20 or 25 years, we would have to save another $150,000 a year to have that fully funded in 20 years. And realizing we aren't fully funded, but just to give an idea of what that would look like. And I'm available for any questions.
Any questions? Councillor Burns, I think this was your request.
Yes, thank you for the report. I'm certainly not happy with the timelines. I think that we need to look at this in capital and move it forward. There's an expectation that we're above average town with above average services. And when we start looking out 20, 25 years before we're going to do this, I can't concur with that. It would be interesting to tackle at least 1 parking lot, in my estimation, maybe 2 years from now. And how do we get the money there? I would expect that to come from Mr. Langwise, but again, it would have to be agreement among council. It's a deficiency, it's the pride, it's the reason people come to LaSalle. And the people that have been approached me are saying, it's kind of nice to be able to walk back there, but when I get dust in my face because the soccer people are there, the baseball people are there, or I'm running, and they run on a cycle of X number of kilometers a day, I can't do that, but God bless them for that. It does bring up a concern for them, and I would certainly like to see something done, and if we could have a future report on that, and thank you for it, because it gives me the information to go back to them that these are the costs, and here's the restraints we have, like we've been told this year by a lot of different people. So the information will be relayed to them, and I certainly hope at a future point we can bring something back that says this is a better time frame. And I thank you for your, I know it's not easy to make these reports, and it takes a lot of time and effort to do that, so I certainly appreciate that. And thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Burns. Just for clarification purposes, what report are you looking for beyond this with this schedule?
When I see NA, no answer, that's what I would refer it to, or not in the budget, or not even going to be looked at in the next 10 years, when I see the other timelines, then I would like to see some sort of action plan come back and say, how do we get there, and what the effect is on the budget. Does that make it clearer to administration and to the mayor, your worship?
It does. I guess I didn't realize you were looking at the bottom three, the NAs, because there's so much work to be done before those that we don't currently have funding for. So I guess that was my only question was, I know you want to report, but if they come back and it's still going to be 10, 15, 20 years, I guess I'm trying to understand what you want out of this report, because we could do lot 1 this year if we want to increase the budget by 1%. So I guess that's what I'm trying to understand is what type of report you're looking for them to bring that would help move this forward, I guess.
I would say this year we wouldn't do lot 1, but I would like to see that there is some sort of an action plan. When are we going to do these lots? That's what I'm looking for. You give me a time frame, and if I have to put $400,000 in the budget, if I'm here next year, I certainly will. I think it will ask council to do that. I hope that answers your question, but just to leave it, well, we're going to do it one day. You know, if we don't save, we don't get.
Is there an opportunity to add any of those into our future requests when we look for funding for the Volmer? Is that ever part of it, being able to do parking lots?
Excuse me. Every grant is different. So when we get the recreation grants, we kind of look at what you can apply for, what you can't apply for, and they have examples. So if this fits into one of those categories, we can definitely apply for that. And then we can kind of compare this example here, because it is an upgrade in the level of service. Our current asset management plan, as is, replacing as is, 65% funded. This would be very similar situation to replacing a road that doesn't have curb and gutters with upgrading them to curb and gutters. We can include this when we come back next year, you know, with the different projects and the priorities, and like there's a lot of other, I'm gonna call them miscellaneous type category, like this one's a road, but the parking lot kind of falls into its own category. We can come up with a list of those and prioritize, and when you look at everything in the town, there's a lot of different areas that we can upgrade and want to upgrade, but we can come back with a list and a game plan on how we're going to fund them. But like I said, if we're starting to spend some of our capital funds on upgrades, it takes away from the replacement of existing and so it is a balance that we have to find. And especially, you know, this year we're not putting much, I don't even think we're covering inflation this year, to tell you the truth. Like, we put in 2%, but as we've shown in our slides, inflation's probably on capital is probably more 5 to 10%. So even though we're putting money away, we're kind of taking a step back. So we're in a very challenging spot right now, but we can definitely come back with a game plan. Even like, this is a very large project that's going to take much time to complete, especially if we're looking at all the roads that we need to upgrade and getting accurate costs. And you know, we can come up with costs in today's dollars, but if we plan on doing something 20 years from now, compounded inflation, it's a lot more expensive. So it's a big balancing act, but when we do look at upgrades, it takes away from the replacement. So we can come back with a report on that. I think the appropriate time would be when we come back with everything. It will be a longer presentation next year. It'll be probably good timing, because there'll be the new council as well for educational purposes, but we'll spend some time on that.
Oh, just to follow up on that. In retrospect, maybe I wish I had put this chart into two charts. The top half being replacement, an estimated timeline, and it's easier to put a date to replacement because it's a condition and someday it will fail. For parking lot 6, 7 and Judy Recker, that's an enhancement, and a gravel parking lot or road, you know, not that it lasts forever, but, you know, theoretically, you can leave it as is. You don't really need to replace it in the same way. You just kind of continue to do maintenance. So I could have separated those, the 3 at the bottom. But just on the 3 at the bottom and talking about enhancements, it's an enhancement to the Vollmer Center. And, you know, if we kind of tie back to the Parks Master Plan, there's a number of potential enhancements to the Vollmer Center, some at a lower cost, some at kind of a high cost, and this is probably somewhere in the middle. So it's really kind of part of what we want maybe at the Vollmer and where this fits in the priority list of upgrades at the Vollmer, and part of, you know, I believe there's a number from the transfer to capital that goes to park enhancements. Yeah, it really becomes part of what that budget number is or what that dollar figure is and what we're able to do with that.
Thank you. I think this actually goes back to a conversation we had a couple months ago with pickleball, when it's been presented with all of these extras, and we started talking about, well, maybe we won't do this right now, maybe we won't do this right now, we'll get to it in the future, but the future becomes very difficult, as we've seen with this. And same with the baseball diamonds. We've said, you know, at the time, we didn't do the lights on the baseball diamond because it was so much money. We'll hold off, we'll get to it in a few years. It's been many years. So I think we just have to really keep that top of mind whenever we're moving forward with anything new. And I agree with Councillor Burns. I'd love to see this done. But at the same time, when you see that you have other parking lots that are very poor and poor, we've got to make sure we keep those in good condition. Otherwise, the cost of those are just going to skyrocket. So definitely, if we can get more information in the future, some sort of report. I'm not sure what yet, but go ahead.
Yeah, yes, I think we could. I think I guess what I might have been getting at with my last point is to, once the Parks Master Plan is done, perhaps we'll, you know, form a bit of a plan of action for things to be done at the Vollmer specifically, upgrades that are potential, and a timeline of when that can be done based on capital, transfer to capital for that item.
Councillor Burns, are you okay with that?
Yes, because, again, I look at the Vollmer, we have upgrades for everything we have there. We have a business plan for everything we have there. Parking lot 6, it's 18 years in gravel. We have no business plan for that. So that's basically what I'm looking for is, and maybe the master plan has mentioned these deficiencies or oversights, whatever the proper word is. So if we have a game plan, we know we're going to get there. And to the mayor's point of view, you're right. No lights, no nets. I think the netting is hazardous to our youth there because I saw it in action when I watched my grandkids play there. So I'm certainly willing to wait for the master plan. It'll give us a better direction, but I think we need to look at how do we get there. And preparation is always when we plan and we have a firm date, it may be further out than we expect, then it does happen. When we have no date, we just push in the background. Thank you.
Mr. Mara?
Thank you again for allowing me to speak. Council Burns brings up a very good point. This is quite different than what we're doing at the LaSalle Landing. So the LaSalle Landing, we are putting money away on an annual basis, and we will come back to council depending on what happens and give you years for everything at the LaSalle Landing. The Vollmer has been a little bit different animal. Again, there's been a number of different master plans that have said a number of different things at the Vollmer, and so we really haven't had that clear direction until this master plan. And once this master plan is finalized, then, you know, once council sees what we produce for the LaSalle Landing, we can probably do something very similar to what is at the Vollmer and what would be future plans at the Vollmer. And so when you start to see some of that stuff, it will kind of combine together. And really, there is a clear vision at the LaSalle Landing that has been through, and we're striving to get to that. And so when we come back, you'll see years of when things are going to get done. That's subject to council's approval and decision whether they want to see that in that year. We will make recommendations that you shouldn't do project A, because if you do project A, I got to run across it to do project B later. So we will try to guide you in that direction, but there is a lot of that stuff that has to happen. And so to your point, very well taken. And that's why we're taking that different approach at the LaSalle Landing, to give council that objective in timelines and that consistent funding in order to be able to achieve your ultimate goals of what you have provided us.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Carrick.
Just for you to finance, I guess. So we have a surcharge per hour to reinvest capital funding at the Vollmer or other facilities used. So would that not be, it's not a road, it's a parking lot, but that's still part of the facility. Could that not be incorporated into future plans so that that could go part of that charge? Whether it goes up a little bit or not, but that money could be directed toward these upgrades. That's a simple, not a simple fix, but potentially an easier fix if it falls within the guidelines, or do we have to change the guidelines? So it's all part of that process. Through you to administer.
Absolutely, we can. As Mr. Murrah mentioned, similar to the fire master plan, similar to our LaSalle Landing master plan, we're going to come up with a game plan for the Vollmer with all the items included in the Vollmer master plan that we have now. There's a lot of big dollar ticket items, so a lot of them will be probably grant dependent, but we'll come up with a plan, all sources of revenue coming in. We'll present it to council with an annual funding increase, just like everything else that we're working towards. And then, as I plan on doing this year, is combining all those master plans so that we can see the impact of each moving forward and the impact that it would have on the tax rates moving forward. And we'll present that to council at next year's budget and council orientation.
Thank you. Good. Any other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, through. This is a really easy one. I'm not looking to blow up the world here, but I love parking lots, because when I used to coach with LMHA, we used to take the team out there and do some dryland training. So once again, if we're paving lots and they're nice and flat and safe and away in a corner, is it possible that we could just simply put some marks on the road or in the parking lot for future recreational use? So whether it's, I've been to a few places and I've got some pictures where they put proper places for hockey, because we use those lots, right or wrong, as part of our dryland training program. Not looking to spend thousands, I'm looking for some lines to be painted in the lots that correspond with maybe hockey or some other sports. Just for consideration, don't need an answer. Just if we're putting brand new pavement down, I know my kids and some other kids love to tote nets around, find nice pavement with no cars, and play road hockey in a safe environment. Just for consideration, thank you.
Okay. No other questions or comments. There is a recommendation that the report of the Director of Public Works dated November 11th, 2025, and that's PW-24-2025 regarding Vollmer parking lot pavement review be received. Moved by Councillor Burns, support by Councillor Rinchio-Spagnolo. All in favor? And that carries. Thank you for the presentation. We are going to take a 15-minute break. culture and recreation, the fun one. Go ahead.
Thank you, and good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. I will try my best to make it fun. We are the fun department, and there's fun in my name, so I'll try my best. So thank you to the finance team for preparing the slides and coordinating them all for all of the departments. So I'm going to go through the first few slides that they have prepared, and then I have a few more that I'd like to share with you as well, just to discuss some of the highlights from the previous year and some of our successes. For 2025, the goals for the Culture and Recreation Department included the completion of the Parks, Recreation, and Culture Master Plan. As Council is aware, we are on track to have that final plan complete in early 2026. We also were able to expand culture and recreation opportunities, particularly in two key areas in 2025. For older adults, thanks to the Seniors Active Living Fund, which we received, which I'll talk more about shortly, and we continue to expand events offered both by the town as well as third-party events. Looking to 2026, we will continue to expand culture and recreation opportunities. We're going to begin looking at initiatives from the master plan process, and we're excited about the launch of the Winter Loop this week and looking forward to working to ensure we support the ongoing operation of that. Additionally, in 2026, we plan to continue to finalize policies and we'll begin to work on enhancing our analytics in the department. So for 2026, the Culture and Recreation Department has a proposed budget of $611,000. This represents a net decrease from the previous year's budget of $21,300, and that's primarily due to higher user fee revenue in all areas. Breaking this down and looking at the corporate Culture and Recreation division, we do have an inflationary increase which is related to wages and benefits. I would like to note for this division that this is currently where all of the full-time culture and recreation salary and benefits reside, while the revenues that are generated for many of those areas reside in alternate divisions. I also wanted to note with that the proposed conversion of part-time to full-time positions don't reside within this budget. Those reside within the aquatics budget. Moving to the Community Programs Division, we do have another contractual increase, as does Culture and Events. We also have a proposed enhancement of $45,000 under the Culture and Events Division, and this would be to continue offering the Canada Day event that was introduced in 2025, building on the strong momentum and community enthusiasm from the inaugural event. It's estimated that 5,000 attended the first event that featured entertainment, street performers, and a Canadian-themed drone show. We also have a recommended enhancement for the Aquatics Division of $155,900, and that's to convert part-time team leader positions into 2 full-time positions. This cost is offset by a reduction in part-time wages combined with an increase in user fees. Aquatics team leaders are the sort of on-the-deck supervisors that you often see if you've ever watched swimming lessons or a recreation swim. They are there to assist those that are in the water teaching or those that are lifeguarding by providing mentoring and coaching. They're more experienced in those areas. They often will step in lessons if there's a particularly challenging situation or student who maybe needs some help. They are the ones answering questions when parents or the public have questions. They often take the lead in an emergency response situation to ensure guidance throughout that. And they're generally there to oversee the work of the frontline aquatic staff, the lifeguards, and instructors. So having this enhancement will align directly with our newly updated strategic plan, along with the town's projected growth. It's an investment in the employees who directly influence our service delivery, and it will help to shape the experience that our residents and patrons have every day when they come to the Volmer Pool. It certainly responds to sector-wide challenges, it improves our service delivery, and it reduces risks and strengthens our workforce stability. The conversion of this level of aquatics employee to a full-time position is a trend that we are seeing in other communities, both regionally and provincially, and most recently there was a similar position that was posted in Richmond Hill. While the part-time staffing model has worked, there are challenges with inconsistent supervision and leadership presence, turnover and onboarding demands, limited availability, and scheduling gaps, to name a few. A full-time staffing model will provide increased responsiveness to patron needs, stronger community relationships through consistent staff presence and rapport building. It will give us consistent coaching and mentoring of our part-time staff, which will improve service quality. It will reduce our costs related to turnover, such as uniforms, training, licenses, and administrative overhead. The model also supports succession planning and creates an internal pipeline for future town positions and fosters a positive workplace culture through leadership continuity. Just advance the slide there. Sorry, we missed one. You can continue ahead. I'm sorry, I lost my spot there. Yeah, so moving along to arenas, fields, and community spaces, we also have inflationary increases there for user fees and aquatics, which I just spoke about in terms of the enhancement, and as well as inflationary and contractual increases. The fitness center as well, we are looking at some inflationary and contractual increases. As well, I wanted to note in the operations line there, you will see a significant increase. Those are fees directly related to the Seniors Active Living funding programming, which is offset by the grant revenue that we've received. And the outdoor pool as well has inflationary and contractual increases. So just moving along to some of the successes that we had in 2025, I did want to note that we had a number of new team members, and we still saw a great deal of success in 2025, and it just sort of demonstrates the succession planning in action. So early in 2025, we had one supervisor who transferred to another department within the municipality, which triggered a series of role changes across our department. So in total, we had 4 positions that were promoted as a result of that one transfer. And then additionally, we had one of our full-time employees who took a maternity leave, and the initial temporary position that we hired then moved into another full-time position, which led us to have to recruit a second temporary position to cover the maternity leave. So in total, 6 of our 13 full-time staff members were in new positions in the first half of the year, and that includes that there were vacancies while those positions were being filled. I just wanted to note with that just how this really demonstrates the excellence of the staff that we have and the commitment and passion that they have. Despite having all those positions new to their roles and in some cases new to the organization, I think that their commitment to excellence and the hard work and dedication is really demonstrated through a lot of the things that we were successful with this year. Earlier this week, Mayor Malash, you talked about the truck or treat event during the Parks, Recreation, and Events Committee meeting and pivoting and moving that to a different lot for a number of different reasons and how much you enjoyed it. And that's a great example of having people who hadn't necessarily been involved with the event before and were able to put it in a new location and still pull off the event and make it really great and hear really great feedback. Another example from that event is just the partners that want to work with us. So we heard earlier HR was talking about how people want to come and work in the town of LaSalle. I think that speaks for external relationships as well. They want to work with the town because we have such great staff. So there was an example actually where one of the participants in the truck or treat event who came and brought a vehicle actually mentioned our staff on social media and by name to say what an amazing event. This was our first year and we're so grateful we had the opportunity to be part of working with such a great team. And I think that really speaks to the quality of staff. That was one of our newer staff members that they spoke about. So really impressive, I think. And we hear that time and time again when we bring vendors in for our various events where people, say, this is where I want to, they give us feedback or they'll fill out a form, an evaluation, and they say, this is so great to work here in comparison to, things I've done elsewhere. I just really love coming here because it's so organized and you're great to work with. We know what to expect and just a whole bunch of really positive things. So I'm quite proud of that, and I think we all should be. Another big success in 2025 was the application and launch of the Seniors Active Living Center's grant and programs. LaSalle's population, we know, is aging, and the population of older adults, specifically 70 plus, has grown by 73%, which has created a greater demand for programs and services to support this demographic. Early in the year, we submitted an application and were advised that we were successful in a $55,000 annual contribution from the province of Ontario. So what that means is that we will continue, as long as we are offering successful programming and continuing to meet the agreement in terms of our reporting, we will continue to receive that funding on an annual basis and continue to offer those programs. So again, having half of our team in new positions, we were still able to launch 157 new programs since April of this year and had 5,000 people participate in these seniors active living programs. We continue to add more events. As I spoke about earlier, one of the big events being the addition of the Canada Day event that took place at the newly opened LaSalle Loop, where we had an estimated attendance of 5,000 people. In addition to that, we also had 14 new third-party events in 2025. And when tallying it up, in total, there was 140 total event days in 2025. That there were things taking place within the town. So that includes things like festivals, cultural celebrations, various walks and runs, sports tournaments, markets, and other events. Event coordination is complex, and I just wanted to note that it's not as simple as a third-party event calling and booking our space, and then they come in and offer their event. Our staff manage resources, various permits, insurance, monitoring the setup, any last-minute changes that may be required, weather impacts, various vendors, and takedown checks. I just wanted to note that again, just talking about, you know, the excellent job that our staff do, and as we continue to increase these events. And I also wanted to just note that it's not just implications for culture and recreation. There's other departments within the town that certainly are have implications for these as well. Our communications department, emergency services, and public works, to name a few. The last thing I wanted to just note was how our membership packages have grown steadily as well. And just noting at this that we are forecasted to reach about 1,630 memberships by the end of the year in 2025. And we've seen an increase of by almost 18,000 visits from 2023 to 2024. So as our membership expands, I just wanted council to note that our physical space may become a limiting factor, as we've heard mentioned throughout our presentations today. And then lastly, I just wanted to touch on a few other key indicators. In 2025, 85% of our customer service portal emails were responded to within our established guidelines. While that's a strong result, we do recognize that there's room for improvement, and our goal is to increase that percentage moving forward. I also wanted to mention that so far in 2025, our staff have responded to 498 incidents. Each response requires well-trained employees who can stop what they're doing and act immediately and appropriately. It also involves follow-up from administration to confirm the response was handled correctly and to ensure everything is documented and filed for future reference. This level of preparedness and accountability is only possible through ongoing quality training and a strong commitment from our team. And the last KPI that I just wanted to mention is, you know, in general, these numbers speak for themselves. With more than 1 million visits annually, our residents clearly value the program's amenities and experiences that we provide. And that concludes my presentation. I'm available should you have any questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Councillor Segan.
I want to thank you for the informative presentation and the data that was within. While not everything is for everybody, you certainly have something for everybody, which is acknowledged. You know, everybody from toddlers all the way up through seniors. The program is quite diverse and very comprehensive, which in effect enhances the culture of LaSalle for its residents. So thank you for your work.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Councillor Burns.
Being a senior, I use the Volmer. I swore I never would, but I did join last year because in the winter I get out of shape and I need to have that exercise, and I do see the seniors there. Your staff is excellent. I'm glad to see the upgrades. I noticed in the new event that you recorded 5,000 people for Canada Day. It would be, I think, enhancing to us and the other figures that you have if we could have all the festival dates and the number of people there. I think it would certainly justify the money we're spending in your department to the community and I'm sure it's $750,000 to $1.2 million that use our facilities for years. I don't know how hard that is to get. I'm not a guy that wants to know it's 1,130,302. I would just love to know approximately, because I think that's an important staff, as Councillor Sagan said, and you do offer something for everyone. So thank you for that, and thank you for the report.
Just for clarification, so the last page is the Vollmer Culture and Recreation Complex visitors, 1 million. You're looking for something similar for any of our town-hosted events?
I think town events and you know, these non-function events that come, like I'll say the CAW still uses the facility, there must be 2,500 there. I don't know if that's included in the total, but it would be nice to have a rough estimate of the total people who actually use it, whether I hold a family day there for 600 people that I don't know, but just those types of things, you know, even at all our centers, here's exactly the people that are active in our community, and I think that figure would help us with grants.
Go ahead.
And just a thought, it's not you must or you should, but thank you.
Thank you for your feedback, Councillor Burns. That is something that is on our goal list. When I spoke a little bit earlier about the enhanced analytics, that is something that we are definitely working towards. We do have a lot of that information already. It's a matter of compiling it and breaking it down for you. So those numbers currently would be included in that estimated 1 million visits. As well, earlier, Mr. Militia spoke in his presentation with we estimate about 40,000 people at the event center, but we can certainly break a lot of that down into some much more detailed information and bring that forward to you, whether it be through this process or through the Parks, Rec, and Events Committee.
Question, comment? No one else? Thank you for the presentation. And we will move into non-departmental.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. So on this slide here is all the non-departmental divisions within the town. There's no proposed service level enhancements. It's all inflationary and contractual. I'll walk through a couple of the larger ones. So traffic control and street lights, those really aren't anything we can control. It's basically the expenses are maintenance and hydro. We've noticed that we've been tracking over budget with some of the maintenance, specifically with the traffic control. And then on the streetlight side, we've been, as we add them and new subdivisions are built, the hydro, the cost goes up. So we're adjusting the budget accordingly for those. Under transit, so the main cost there was a couple of council meetings ago, there was a report on the handy transit agreement. So there was a retroactive payment, and just moving forward, we know that the cost to the town per rider is higher, so we're adjusting the budget there to accommodate that. Crossing guards, again, that's purely inflationary. And then with the garbage collection, last year in our 2025 budget was the phase 3 of 3 buildup. So the last time the garbage collection contract, we went out for RFP. There's one bidder, the cost doubled. So we didn't take the hit all in 1 year. We phased that in over a 3-year period. Last year was the final year that phase in. Now this is strictly inflationary. The price goes up with CPI each year, and then also growth related as there's more subdivisions. You know, the example that I gave, why not all growth related revenue can go to the bottom line. Some of this increase here is due to the collection on the new houses. So if there's any questions on any of those divisions there, be happy to answer.
Councillor Reno?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Dale, I know we've had a conversation about this about a month and a half ago, but just for the benefit of council and for those who may be watching, we are currently in a garbage contract that I believe is almost 2 years left in it. We had a conversation about what our options may be moving forward as other municipalities have changed their pickup schedule from bi-weekly to weekly and have saved some money. Knowing what we talked about, I know there's nothing that can be done for this year's budget, but can you, just for the sake of everyone else, let us know what administration is doing to watch the issue and when might be an opportunity to bring the issue up for possible savings?
Absolutely. So, yeah, I think we have 2 years left in our current contract. Last time, as I mentioned, there was one bidder. You know, for a small municipality our size, or a mid-size, we're not gonna have any big company from Toronto move down here just to service us. So likely, unless there's other players that come into town, we'll probably have one bidder again. But with that being said, we will look at two different options. An option to maybe change to every other week, and an option to keep it weekly. The reason why we'd look at maybe going every other week is with organics, that's being collected every week. So typically the garbage that attracts, you know, rodents and animals and smells, you don't want to keep it around too long. That's being taken away weekly anyway. So that should technically reduce what we're putting into our actual garbage. You know, we have our recycling bins that are picked up every other week, but our garbage, we might only need that to be picked up every other week as well. So there's some municipalities that have moved towards that. So the city of Windsor being one of them, and I think there's some other municipalities whose contracts are renewing who are moving to that. So that's kind of nice that they're moving to that before us, so we can, you know, reach out to them and see the pros and cons and how much money was saved moving to that model. So we will, in the next year or so, we'll start that process and then come up with the best option for the town of LaSalle.
And just a supplemental, could we possibly get a timeline of when you may reach out to them? Is this something you're thinking 3 months is enough? Meaning they need at least 9 months? Just again, in our conversation before, you explained that there was an exit clause that we could get out earlier, but it would be in a complete year from when we made that decision. So if it takes us a year to find out and make the decision, there's no real advantage to that exit.
Yeah, and with an RFP for garbage, if there are some other bidders that might bid, we can't wait till 3 months before the contract expires. So we'll probably get started maybe 18 months before the contract expires. So it doesn't really make sense to exit our existing contract early because it's not too far away. So we'll start that process probably mid next year.
Given the timeline of the process, I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Segan and Deputy Mayor Capata.
Thank you for your presentation, through you, Mayor. It says a lot about who we are when the way we serve and take care of the most vulnerable as a town. From an inclusionary perspective, I did forward to you an email on a resident who was saying that they're not getting served by Handy Transit in the Heritage Estates area. Now, I know you've had about 14 hours since I sent that to you, so you probably have an answer already. I'm just kidding. I think you've been a little bit busy, but I just want to put it on the record there that we need to ensure that everybody has the same opportunities in our town, particularly, like I said, those that need it the most. So it's just a statement. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Worship, through you to Mr. Langlois. I had a couple of residents, and you might not know this. How much does a garbage truck cost? And the reason I'm going there is I've had a couple of residents say that we should collect our own garbage. And I know that would mean trucks, staff, mechanics, all that sort of stuff. So and I realize it's not a fair question to ask you right now, but why don't we do it?
Garbage trucks cost a lot. That's all I can say right now. But, you know, I'm going to give the example of our shared services with the City of Windsor for water and wastewater. We don't have to build a plant because they have them, and we paid for a portion of that plant. So we're saving on all of those overhead costs. So the garbage companies that serve all the municipalities around here, we're all sharing that overhead. So technically, you know, all the repairs and whatnot, we have great mechanics. We might need more if that happened, I'm not sure, but we don't need to hire mechanics because it's all taken care of there. You know, we'd have the reduction in the contract costs, but we'd have all the labor costs, all the maintenance costs, all the garbage truck costs. You know, if we only needed one garbage truck, or maybe two, I don't know, and it broke down, we'd be in trouble. But with a company that services the whole area, if one truck breaks down, they have enough trucks that they can deal with that. So that's, in a nutshell, that's the reason why. So.
Like I said, I understand why, and I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I was asked to ask that question. I went to the Google, which of course has given me some numbers. If I quote what came up in Google, 200 to 400,000 US for a truck.
Wow.
So we 3 trucks, we're at now 1.2 million US, and then service and parts and so on and so forth. So thank you, Mr. Langlois. I understand exactly what you said and what you meant.
Councillor Burns.
And if we had them, they'd only work 2 days a week, like our current contractor does and does the whole town. So I don't know what you would do with this staff for the remaining 3 days.
Yeah, it'd have to change the whole schedule so that
It
we
would
could work
be,
5 days a
it's
week.
just
And
cost prohibitive.
yeah, it's.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on the non-departmental? Okay.
We have 2 more council reports.
Yes.
Okay.
So we'll go to the first report, which is the application-based funding and grant update. And I believe that's, well, I have our supervisor of financial and planning, but no, I'm getting the no. Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council. The report before you speaks to application-based grants. We've heard a lot about allocation-based grants within the budget process, but those are grants that are formula-driven by the province and the feds. These are application-based grants where administration submits an application to upper levels of government or to third parties for grants. So the report provides an update on grants submitted in the last 2 years and whether or not we've been successful or unsuccessful. Those reports range from, applications range from as small dollar values, such as Canada Summer Employment, to very large grants that we were successful for, such as the Howard Buford Drain Solution Grant. So the list is there for you if you have any questions, but again, we are very happy to receive that very large grant this year, and all of them are here before you. We'd like to be successful in all of them, but unfortunately, we are not.
Thank you very much. Councillor Carrick.
I'm sorry, I think this has come up before, but just a quick question on the Vollmer grant that we applied for. Did we resubmit, or are we waiting for the next round for potential upgrades to the Vollmer complex?
We haven't resubmitted as of yet. We are awaiting the next opening of a grant to make a submission.
We did, at AMO in August, meet and do a delegation there, but at the time, there was no grant stream open. They just said, keep your eyes out one. There should be one coming in the future. So I don't think we've received any information on that yet as far as when to expect that, unfortunately. Any other questions or comments? Nothing. So we do have a recommendation. And that is just that the report of the Supervisor of Financial Planning dated November 5th, 2025, FIN-23-2025 regarding application-based funding and grant update be received. Moved by Councillor Segan, support by Councillor Reno. All in favor? And that carries. We are going to wait to do the next report until after Council's had a chance to have their conversations and deliberations on the budget itself. Okay? So, members of council, now's the time to have your say, I guess is the best way to put it. Who would like to start? Oh, come on, don't rush to put your hands up. Give you a minute to get organized. Council, you have an option. I can have Mr. Militia present the budget mitigation that he had prepared for everybody, if you'd like that first. Is that okay, or would you like to have your thoughts first? We okay going with? Whatever. You go ahead.
So as we pull the presentation up here, perhaps just an introductory comment. Again, as we try to determine and try to work our way through the new legislative framework with respect to the strong mayor powers as it relates to the budget process, normally at this point in time in our regular process, we would have council provide some direction, provide some information as to how we would like to proceed, after which point administration would take those comments into consideration, as well as, sorry, I'm just opening up Zoom. It might be easier if I just project it from here. As well as hearing from information from the public as to what exactly they would like to see as part of the budget. Many of those times, again, that information is often received through members of council, through our PlaySpeak platform, as well as the open house. And so from that perspective, we take that opportunity to sort of, beforehand start to accumulate some of those thoughts and determine what a budget mitigation strategy is. So as we're trying to kind of meander through this new legislative process, we have taken the liberty of developing 3 options for members of council, understanding that, further to Mr. Dunn's, the delegate from yesterday's suggestion, that we take a look at the 6% municipal increase and try to find something that is a bit more palatable and to try to offer something back in terms of reductions. And so in doing that, one of the things that we would like to point to is things that we look at and consider with respect to the budget mitigation considerations. And so, we obviously want to take a look at and keep in mind our, the vision, the mission, and the values direction that's set out through the strategic plan. Obviously, this is not an easy process, and as we've heard today and yesterday through the commentary questions from members of council, trying to find that balance is often is the key part of this process. There's normally not just one available answer. There is a variety of answers, and it all depends on what particular area you find the most important, and from that point. So for some, it may be, a reduction in service, some may be an increase in service, some may be, whatever that rate price point might look like. And so from that perspective, we're trying to find that balance, and keeping in mind that what we have as the strategic direction of the town, trying to maintain that quality of life, which is integral to what we deliver here at the town of LaSalle, and again, that level of service to the community. Also making sure that we have sound financial practices that are sustainable into the future, not wanting to disadvantage the future for what we might want to take advantage of today. And then again, finally, just understanding all the commentary that we've heard over the last 2 weeks or so, and obviously the last 2 days with respect to the budget. And so we've developed three options. Next slide, please. And what the 3 options are indicated, and this is a summary of them. The first 2 slides are a summary, and then we'll get into a bit of the detail of them. So obviously we've presented, again, I call it the proposed revised, just to take into consideration the blended overall rate and the change at the county rate. And so we were just under 6% in terms of the total, 6% for the LaSalle rate, as well as with an overall blended rate of 4.5%. Sometimes we get the question of, well, why do you use that blended rate? And it's really because in terms of a comparability perspective, oftentimes we get compared to other municipalities in the region and beyond. And for some municipalities, their rate is made up of a lower tier and upper tier rate like ours is. And in other situations, they have a single tier rate where there's only one rate. And so sometimes if you're trying to compare the two, you try to get to the apples and apples comparison. So that's why we presented in this manner. We have total control over the LaSalle rate. We have influence, I would say, over the blended rate, and that's kind of a differentiating factor. So we developed three options, option A, B, and C. Obviously, the option A is to go to a 5.25% LaSalle rate, leading to just over a 4% overall rate or blended rate, which would reduce the impact to the average household by about $23 down to $166. Option B, and that would entail a reduction in the budget of about just under $370,000. Option B is moving the LaSalle rate to 5%, which would mean that the overall rate would be just under 4% at 3.9%. That would yield an average impact on a household of about $158, that's per year, reducing from the original proposed revised impact of $31. And the last option is option C, moving to a LaSalle rate of 4.75%, which would get us down to just under 3.75% on the blended rate, which would reduce the average impact to the household, the impact to an average household of about to $150, which is about $39 less than what you see in the proposed number. And so with that, the next slide will show that, okay, what are we trying to target? So the target increases under A, B, and C are 375, 500, and 625. And so we have developed a number of options under each one. Each one builds on each other. So, A, obviously, being the lowest amount of targeted reduction, has the lowest number of individual reduction line items. And then B would take all of A and add some, C would take all of A and B and add some, and so forth. And so we've divided up the changes into 5 relative categories. One is operational impacts, and I'll get into that in a minute. One are level of service changes. The next one is user charges, fees and charges. The fourth one is staff-related changes, and the fifth is the impact on some of our future financial planning initiatives. And so when we talk about the first one on the next slide, the budget mitigation risks that we see here are items that we are looking at our current expenditure budgets and trying to realign them with what we currently have seen in the recent past. And so one of the things that we want to identify for members of council is that some of these budget line items are not necessarily controllable by us. They are they are influenced by outside agencies at times, or situational concerns that arise. And so we tend to budget conservatively to understand, so that we have some room in the budget when those situations arise for us to deal with them and not, quote unquote, go over budget. So by realigning the budget in this way, we will tend to be a little closer and take on a bit more budget, I call budget risk, when it comes to these particular items. And so I'll just run through some of the things that are included in here in this particular section. In the finance and administration section, we're reducing the amount of property tax write-offs. We feel comfortable with this reduction, given that the reassessment system is not slated to be, the assessment system is not slated to be looked at for some time. And as a result, we feel that this reduction is okay at this point in time. When reassessment happens, we'll need to relook at this line item, because we might feel more of that when that time comes. Other revenues in the finance and administration side, just tracking a little better than budget, so increasing that revenue line item by about $10,000. We have not had major legal fees as it relates to human resources, so we're trying to reduce the budget. And this is one where, again, you'll see under option A, B, and C, there are 2 different numbers. Under option A, we take on a little bit of risk. On option B, we take on more risk in terms of reducing the budget line item. The fourth item on this list is increasing revenues at the event center. Obviously, we're just building the business at the event center. We're doing quite well, but that is, I often say that in that business particularly, we're building a new business every year in terms of trying to attract and retain the events that we have there. And so Again, under option A, taking on a little bit more risk in terms of being under budget with that revenue category by increasing it by 5,000, taking on a little bit more risk under B and C by increasing that category by an additional 5,000 to 10,000. And the last one is under the planning development area, application-based revenues. Again, under option A and B, we're suggesting that stays status quo. If we want to take on a bit more risk, we can increase that by $5,000 under option C. The next slide shows, again, the same type of comparisons, but these items deal more with a bit more of, I'll call it environmental risk. And what I mean by that, the first one, not so much, and it really deals with things that break and need to be replaced that are small valued in the public works area. So we've been tracking under budget in that area. So we feel that, under the first option, taking on no risk, but then under taking on some more risk under B and C, we might be able to do that. The next level, the next 5 items deal with basically the fields, whether it be soccer or baseball, and taking on a bit more risk in that area. That will deal, those budget line items will come at risk, particularly when it comes to environmental concerns. If we get a hot summer or a mild summer, if we get a rainy season or a non-rainy season. Again, we've built the budgets up to now to deal with some level of that fluctuation. When we look at these budgets as in terms of the mitigation side, we start to look at it and say, well, if for lack of a better term, if it rains more than this, it'll cause us to put more fertilizer down or whatever those things may be. In some ways, if we want fields to play on, we will need to put fertilizer on them. To the degree at which one depends on some of the environmental and climate concerns that we have there. So again, it's just a matter of how much risk do we want to take on, because for some of these ones, as I mentioned, they are not necessarily 100% under our control, particularly with the climate related ones. On the next slide, we talk about level of service risks. And these are things that level service mitigation. So the first one is the Conservation Authority. Currently, under the current legislative framework at the Conservation Authority, the council recall they had to discontinue one of their programs when it came to acquisition of environmentally sensitive property. We currently have taken those dollars, which I believe are about $50,000, and redirected those to the Green Fund, which is our own town-controlled pot of money, if you will, or savings account that we use to buy environmentally sensitive property. And so we've done that under the direction of council, but that is a voluntary contribution. We do not have to do that. Again, council can make a decision not to do that. And so what we're suggesting is that under A and B, that we continue with our current practice. Under C, we reduce that contribution from $50,000 down to $25,000 in order to help mitigate the budget. In terms of the alley closing process, we're suggesting that we discontinue with the current program and move to a full user pay model. Those applications that are in process right now, we would look to funding the costs associated with those alley purchases through the tax stabilization reserve as an interim measure. And then once we clear out the inventory, if you will, of those applications, folks coming in will revert back to what I think our process was probably, I'm going to say 5 or 10 years ago, where alley closings are the responsibility of the actual property owner in terms of the costs associated with that. And that's, again, a change in service level, change in process, and that is applicable under options A, B, and C. The last one is looking at our cultural programs. I know Ms. Fernaro just spoke to those, spoke to that recently as part of her presentation. Those are voluntary contributions, voluntary events that we put on. They're for the good of the community, obviously, but we are looking at, we spend somewhere around $190,000 plus staff time to deal with our events, our cultural event programs that we have. That includes the Strawberry Festival, that includes Canada Day, includes the night markets, includes all those things that we put on ourselves for the benefit of the community at large. And so under option A and B, we're suggesting those stay status quo. Option C, we look at what programs we are going to do and reduce that budget by about $45,000. And so that is a change in level of service that we would look to bring to council's attention as we go through that. The next slide is a slide on our revenue generations. So what we're suggesting is that for our non-Volmer related revenues, we increase all the rates beyond what has been already proposed in the budget, an additional 10%. And so that will yield, I can't remember what the number is off the top of my head, but I think it's somewhere around 30 or 40,000 in terms of additional revenues coming in. And these are things simple like rental rates, license rates, application fees across the board. It does not include building permit fees because those are handled through a different set of legislations. So we would increase all those rates by 10%. We would also suggest that the Volmer rates be increased by 2.5%. This is all fees charged at the Volmer. We'd increase all fees across the board at the Volmer by 2.5% in addition to whatever has been budgeted for. The impact of the Volmer increases would be about a half-year rate because we have to allow the user groups to build in the increased costs into their fees that they're charging their users. And so to give them ample time to do that, we would probably see 50% of that impact in 2026. The other 50% would happen in 2027. There is a model, the last item on this, and we're not recommending this at this point in time because we need to do a bit more work on it, but there is a model that's becoming more commonplace in the municipal world in that stormwater charges, drainage type charges, are charged as a utility charge as opposed to a tax rate. So it's a different form that it takes in terms of where the revenues are being generated. It also aligns with what properties generate from stormwater. And so there needs to be a process that calculates that. But that is something that is becoming more commonplace across the province. And so we just want to highlight that for members of council because that will be something that we'll be looking to investigate further in 2026. But we're not suggesting that we make any of those recommended changes as part of the 26 budget. With respect to the next slide deals with some of the new staffing levels that are projected in the budget. There are two areas that we think that we can make some budgetary reductions while keeping in line with the spirit of trying to grow the organization to deal with issues that we currently are dealing with. Certainly from the strategy engagement side, we have 2 new staff members that are slated to be hired in that area. That total cost is $125,000. We will look to reallocate internal resources to fund the salaries for those positions in 2026. I will note that this will impact future strategic projects that we have slated to come forward, and probably the most significant of which in this area is an increase in transit. So as we reallocate monies away from that pool into the staffing side to deal with the challenges that Ms. Hadre spoke of in terms of economic development and communication, we will have to find a different way in the future to deal with transit. And so that is something that we'll have to deal with if and when the transit expansion is contemplated by members of council. The second one is related to the Public Works corporate position. This is related to the Director of Operations of Public Works that's been proposed as part of the budget. We believe there's an opportunity to defer that hiring for 2026 into either a later part of 2026 or into 2027. We have looked at our internal structure and believe that we have an ability to supplement that role and add that on to some existing staff members that we have right now. This will not eliminate the need for the position. It will just push it down the line and allow us a bit more time to transition the department, which is one whole department right now, into two separate departments. So it's a bit of a transitional plan to allow us to kind of put the structure in place without having the budgetary impact associated with that. The last slide that we have in terms of budget mitigation, there are three areas where we have budgeted to expand our financial contributions. Traditionally, we have tried to target the $800,000 mark on our asset management transfers, increasing every year by $800,000 to take a bigger bite out of that 65% funding rate and to eke that up as much as we can. Because of financial, that was what was proposed as part of the budget as part of the pre-mayor's budget. In conversations with the mayor, she had asked that that be downgraded and see if, given our financial situation today. And so the current budget, the pre-budget, I would say, went from $800,000 to the current budget of $250,000. We are not suggesting any mitigation for that amount. We understand that council may decide that, but we've heard a lot today, particularly about the need to put more money aside for asset management. And so dealing with that is where we sit. And so we intend, our recommendation at this point, if council wishes, is to, if they wish to look at that, they certainly can. But our recommendation is to not take on that risk and continue with the transfers of $250,000 in that category. The next one is the transfers for the LaSalle Landing site. Mr. Amar, Mr. Langlois have put up a chart earlier that did a phased approach. I think it was alphanumeric, it was A to E, I believe. That phased approach develops the LaSalle Landing property over effectively a 20-year period based on increasing the revenue at $250,000 per year. This is something that we had originally had proposed at $400,000, but was reduced as part of the mayor's review to $250,000. And we're hoping to build a plan around a sustainable funding source in that way. Certainly, council has the option to reduce that. This is the additional contribution. I just want to be clear with that. The same with the asset management side. These are additional contributions. These are not going into the baseline contribution. And so council has the option to reduce that number should they wish. It will impact how quickly we do things and when we do things. There's no doubt about that. But you know, if that's what council wishes to do for this year and future years, or as a pause this year, that is an option to members of council. We are not recommending that you do that, given what the program is and what we want to develop at the LaSalle Landing. The last one is the the transfer for facilities under financial services. There is, you know, we are a growing municipality, and there is no doubt that we will need additional facilities as time goes on. Much like many of our programs, we tend to build what we call holes in the budget to allow for a smooth transition of the construction of those facilities without a jagged, if you will, or a shocking impact on the tax rate. We like to, quite frankly, smooth things in over a longer period of time rather than wait, and then raise the rate dramatically in any one given year. And so we have proposed a $100,000 increase in the budget, in this line item of the budget for 2026. We suggest that perhaps understanding that we can make some reductions in this area that may result in a future increase or more debt required to be financed or to be issued in order to do the works. But we are suggesting that if council is wanting to, we can take on about $50,000 worth of risk in A and B, under option A and B, or you can take the full amount of the incremental allocation of $100,000 out of the budget under option C. And so, like I said, we're trying to meander through this new process with the budget. I will just put up the next slide, which indicates a bit of some options available to council with respect to the budget mitigation. I will also say that these resolutions were drafted prior to understanding some of the conflict of interests that have been declared. So we'll need to parcel these out a little differently to ensure that members of council are voting on what they can vote on and not being excluded from the majority of the budget because they have a conflict with one particular section of the budget. So we'll have to make some adjustments as we go through that. Again, the first resolution basically indicates if there is one of those three options that council is accepting of, that we would proceed with those things. I believe the resolution, if I'm understanding from the Director of Council, I've summarized it here on this slide, but the actual resolution that will be passed, in my understanding with, in conversations with the Director of Council Services, is that the resolution will contain all the items that we spoke about. So all those things that are on those previous slides will be identified in the resolution individually. It won't be exactly what you see here. This is more of a conceptual idea. If council wishes to proceed with A, B, and C, then we can proceed with that. If council wishes to go down the route of individual mitigation, that's more of the second resolution that you see there, where council will identify what a category is. They'll be moved and supported. There'll be a debate, and then will be voted upon and going forward through that process. So it kind of gives an idea of what we're thinking about as options for members of council. This is more in line with what our traditional approach is with respect to the budget. I often say that, as I think it was alluded to earlier, many of the legislative changes are made for municipalities that may not be applicable to the town of LaSalle. Certainly the strong mayor budget legislative changes fall into that category. I think we've had traditionally a very successful and collaborative budget process. We really didn't need new rules, but they are here. And so we're trying to keep kind of our consistent process with, but still abiding by those rules that are in place at this point in time. So those are the budget mitigation strategies. If I just ask Mr. Ferraro if he can go back to, I think, slide number 3, if I'm going to say, because that will be the summary slide. Yes, this one, actually one before that, I apologize. So this sort of brings us to where do you want to land? Because traditionally, council has said, we'd like to come in at around this number. Could you give us some options as to what that is? So this is kind of deciding as a range. Council certainly has the option to add to the budget, approve the budget as proposed, or make reductions that are identified on the screen, or even further. So that is all within your control. What we're trying to do is to trying to streamline this as much as possible, given the new legislative framework. So we have these options are available, as well as all the individual sides. So at this point, I'll maybe turn it over to council as to feedback in terms of what they'd like to see, what they wouldn't like to see, and if there happens to be an option that appeals to anyone with the indications of what those changes would be, we can help mitigate that. If there needs to be some changes, we can help guide council through that process.
Thank you very much. So if anyone has any questions or comments on what's been reported, we can ask that now. Otherwise, we can go into just open debate, and then maybe you could also include whether you're looking at moving forward with A, B, or C, or if you would prefer the individual route. So if that can be part of your comments, that would be appreciated. Okay? Councillor Carrick, you look like you're ready.
Well, I don't know if I'm ready, but first of all, let me say that everybody here does great work. We get it. You guys are all passionate about what we do. Been doing this a long time. I guess in normal circumstances, this would be a great budget, and these options would be good too. But given the times we're in, and I understand we've had some roller coaster rides over the years, considering the automotive crash, the different ups and downs, the pandemics, and all that stuff, and I get it. But this one here seems to be a little extra, and I guess the reason being is that we're dealing with the monster across the river. This makes this year unique, and we need to survive and slow things down. We need to look at making sure that as we move forward, we must allow for the unexpected, which possibly could come, and understanding that until next fall, this is my guess, they have the midterms over there. Hopefully there's some kind of balance and things are understood. And having said earlier, Dale had mentioned that the auto pact, Mexico, Canada is under review. So that could be some serious consequences to us. He's basically trying to destroy us. It's not quite the same, like I said, as the pandemic, but so we need to buy time for us to pivot. And I think even from, and I'm not talking grandiose here, but even our own Prime Minister said we need to basically look at some pulling back, and there might be some pain until we can pivot and readjust our situation. We're dealing in different times, and this is because of the result of one person trying to basically destroy our country and a lot of other countries. So having said that, again, I think we control as best as we can control it, but we need to look at pulling back as much as we can and slowing things down. Now, this is, again, the options are very good, but it's not enough. So my understanding, and I want to put this to administration, and people might not like what I'm about to say, but at the end of the day, I want to ask the question and maybe make it individual items after and see what the rest of the council feels. If we were to cut the new hires in half for this budget session coming up, not all of them, if we were to look at not pausing, but cutting the fire master plan in half for just this 1 year, and also look at whatever we put in reserves, we cut that in half, understanding that we do have money in reserves, and what that amount would look like and what that percentage would come back at. So I understand there's a lot of cuts here, and the things I'm saying aren't popular, along with everything that we deal with. But this is reality, and we need to make sure that we at least slow things down and we control what we can control. And we do have money in reserves. So it's not like we're not completely abandoning anything. We're just not going to spend a lot. We just need to make sure that the purse strings are pulled back as best as we can. Unless there's an emergency, then we have that option. So my ultimate rate, I'm telling you right now, is 3.5% town. So we still have to come down and make some options. And if what I said doesn't get us there, then we need to look at something else. So that's where I'm at. And if I would appreciate a response, and other members of council can comment too, but that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Okay, so just for clarification, the budget mitigation proposals, is there anything in there you were looking at, or are you strictly looking at, you said cut new hires in half, fire master plan in half, and cut reserves in half? To get to a 3.5, so that's, you don't want anything to do with this at all?
Well, I will add, there's a second step, but I want to just see what that number is when we come back.
Okay.
And if it's way too low, understanding that we need to come up. My level is 3.5%, and it's our job to ensure that we do the best we can do in the times we're in to litigate the least amount of effect on the residents, understanding everybody wants what they want. So I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. So I don't want to, and we can debate every item there is, but I just want to see where we're at here. And again, my landing spot is 3.5%.
And just to clarify, 3.5% is LaSalle or overall?
LaSalle.
Okay. So I'm not going to ask for anyone to comment on that right now. I'll go through all of council, and then we can debate if we want, what we want them to come back with. So who would like to go next? Anyone? Councillor Reno?
Thank you, Your Worship. I spent a fair amount of time going over the mitigation considerations last night that have just been presented to us. I'll be honest, the option C's rate of 475 looks great to me. However, some of the things that are in that plan don't seem palatable to me. Last year, we saw a wonderful Canada Day celebration, brought 5,000 people down to an area that had been criticized and had been given second thought, and proved what a great space it could be, and kind of led to our launch of the ice trail yesterday. I don't want to see us take away Canada Day from the residents. I think that's something that a lot of families really look forward to and enjoyed. You know, what it looks like next year, if it has a drone show, if it has fireworks, I don't know what it looks like, but I just don't want to take that away from the people. Another thing that was in option C that I didn't necessarily want to take away, I don't want to go back and after, I believe council made a resolution about 2 months ago to raise the rates at the Volmer, all the swimming rates, all the ice rates. Now to go back and say, you know what, we want even more, just so that we can save taxpayers $2 a month. I think that causes a lot of problems with our user groups that, and I think it's a respect in both directions. So that lands me down to options A or B. There were a few things in B, including those Volmer fees were in B as well. So it brought me back to option A. Everything under option A was palatable, but at 525, it didn't seem like quite enough to what the community seems to be asking for. So my thought about it was that, you know, instead of taking things away from people, and I understand that my wife has worked in a department a few years ago that was understaffed, and she worked hard at work. She came home late, and she often did work at home. And it took 3 years before she got a coworker to help her to the point where she's no longer staying late at work, and she's maybe only doing a couple hours of work at home a week instead of a day. And I understand that, but I do honestly think that the pressures are not so much with the work that can't be done. Maybe HR's is having a little bit of those pressures we heard of, but I do believe that some of the new positions are wants, and it's the way we're going to mold our company into the future. But at the same time, in 30 years, nobody's going to look back and say, oh, you waited an extra year to put that new position in. And I do honestly think that if we were to pause the new positions this year, if you can mitigate any of them through other parts of the budget, like you've mentioned with the strategic engagement, that's fine. But I would look at the HR position. There were 2 or 3, including the public works. I understand there's a lot of work out there, but I think if we don't put it in, that saves us for next year, and it allows us to restart the clock next year. I'm not suggesting we take those off the table. I only suggest that we put them off for a year, and that can save us another about $400,000, which then brings us back down to that same option C rate without giving up all the good things that we've already built in and would have to take away. I asked Dale to crunch some numbers really quickly earlier, and we actually brought that LaSalle rate down to 4.8, which is very similar to the option C, and the blended rate down to 3.77. Those are things that I would be interested in, but I'm open to more discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Riches-Bagnola.
Thank you. First, I'd like to just put on record that the staff here are absolutely amazing in all departments. We get a lot of wonderful feedback from all departments, from cleaning the roads to salting the roads to our activities that we offer from young to old and everything in between. So I just want to really recognize all of you for all your hard work and passion, as well as our first responders as well. For myself, when I was reading this budget, I was really comfortable with the LaSalle rate of being at 3 to 3.5% was my vision. At a time where things are very difficult for a lot of families and people and job securities, I appreciate Joe and the finance team for the budget mitigation options that they provided to us, but I'm just not comfortable with any of those, and I definitely don't want to take out quality of life items such as the Canada Day event. That was a huge hit last year. It shows the quality of life that we offer in our town. It shows that the activities that we do, that people don't have to go elsewhere because we offer these amazing amenities and services and programs in our town. So that's not something that I'm willing myself to lose. Anything when it comes to recreational, that's always off, well, I shouldn't say always, but the majority of the time is off the table for me because that's what brings people to our town, is that those events that people from all over come to, because it's just such a, we take pride in what we do. The user group rates, I agree with Councilor Reno, I had that noted here too. I don't feel comfortable doing another increase on that. The hiring, that's really where I'm stuck. Again, we know that a lot of you, or all of you, work so hard to make the town what it is. I'm just not comfortable with the 7 positions at this time. Unless there might be 1 position or 2 positions that you feel that is an absolute need, but I'm definitely not comfortable with all 7 positions at this time. And maybe future council can table that next year. I can't justify that spending right now. And then the other option was to add a little bit less money to our reserves. And yeah, that's my notes, but thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Segan.
Thank you, Mayor Malash. Yeah, this is very difficult for me because not just the fact that I am new to council, but I recognize very clearly early on just the level of professionalism this staff has, this administration. It's amazing. It's an amazing group of people. But I have to look at the big picture here because that's my job. Canvassing recently, so I think I have the most recent feelings and knowledge about what's out there, although I'm not discounting what all the other councillors at this table know because they've been working at this for several years. I've never seen particularly seniors crying at the porch about the suffering they're enduring right now with the most recent level of taxation. I mean, we're talking about seniors who are on fixed incomes, seniors with very small pensionable items, without cost of living, families of single parents who don't know how they're going to make it from month to month. Yes, we have, demographically, we have higher incomes than most small towns in this province. So I find it difficult, particularly in my past experiences as superintendent of the school board, where we had similar issues that we had to deal with, particularly around staffing, that the climate right now, I don't feel is the right time to do new hires, unfortunately, even though I know that, and based on your presentations, that there's good rationale for the need. We have to hit the pause button. Reasonable reduction in reserves, I agree, if wherever it's possible. I mean, if you look at, I did a little bit of research here. If you look at Ontario at large, because we've been talking about Ontario repeatedly during this sessions of budget, the hiring freezes, City of Brampton, City of Toronto, City of Windsor, Ontario government agencies, not right now with hiring freezes, halting all discretionary government spending, municipal hiring freezes, budget shortfalls everywhere. Windsor, hiring freeze, budget pressures, except for urgent needs, where there's an absolute need, where it's business critical. I mean, it's everywhere. I mean, you look at the colleges, Algonquin, Centennial, Fanshawe, Mohawk, Seneca, Sheridan, all reducing staff, reducing programs, hiring freezes. Universities, Carleton, Queens, University of Guelph, Laurier, Windsor as well, not hiring any extra instructors, sessional instructors. It's the organizational behavior theme of, instead of job enrichment, it's job enlargement. And, that's unfortunate, but that's the climate we're in right now. Other institutions, St. Lawrence College, Northern College, reducing full-time faculty, George Brown, layoffs, program cuts. I'm not advocating for people not to have their jobs. I think we need to keep everybody working that we have in the town right now because they're doing sound work, exceptional work. But I really think that we need to defer hiring until next year, whether I'm here or not, because I think it's the right thing to do right now in this climate. The town's going to grow, we know that. I mean, I've been fortunate to work with some of our staff to look at projections. I believe that the projections are sound. So there will come a day where we're going to need to do that. But unfortunately, right now, with respect, I don't think we can do any additional hiring for this cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Burns?
I concur with everything that's been said on hiring. And I go as far as to say to get the 3.5%. I was looking more at 3, but I think that if I look at the obligations that we have to pay our staff, it's 3.5. I can live with a true LaSalle rate, not a blended rate. I certainly will not approve a budget with hiring unless there's money left over from the figures showing to get us to 3.5, and I leave that up to administration. I've had several calls from seniors who have disadvantaged children, and they're feeding them, and they're calling and saying, how do I, at a 7% increase, I may be forced to have to force my child to some social services and not keep them in my home. It's not my intent, but it is reality. I certainly assured him, without, and a few others, seniors including, that it would not be 7%. Again, I didn't commit to a figure, but when I look at everything that's here, I concur with Councillor Seguin that everybody else, including business, is reducing staff to get through this next period. Tool and die shops, I know, with 100 people are down to 20. And I've been told by a couple of them they may be down to 10 because it is the life cycle of how do we outlive our fellow south of us. I don't even like saying his name. So those are my thoughts. I thought a little bit about the reduction of new equipment. But again, I think the answers that I got from the department head will allow that to continue. And adding more and reducing what we've established, more fees, is just passing a buck to someone else when you add more fees. So I'm not in favor of that. And, you know, I don't know if a little bit of reduction in what we put into reserves can mitigate some of the hiring, but those are the options that I see, and it's not for me to tell administration, because I don't want to pick winners and losers. I don't want to say, well, we increase you at the Volmer, but we're canceling the Canada Day. We were the only community in Essex County that didn't have one. It is very important that our residents can come to our town. So I'm not prepared to give that up, and I really don't like any of your options, A or B or C, because it's picking winners and choosers, and I hate that. It's tough to pick winners and choosers when you're raising children to say, which is going to get what? Can I play travel hockey? No, you can't this year, son. Why? It costs too much. You have to go back to house league. And it's the same in some other areas, whether it's music. I mean, we all take the active sports, but, you know, to teach a young person to become a pianist is quite a bit of dollars, or even a young figure skater. So those are my comments. I will not support hiring new people unless administration come back and says at 3.5, we can add 1 or 2 of these positions. That is my challenge to administration, and I'll conclude with that. Thank you for your work. You're all passionate. I think we don't have enough of these types of meetings to feel your passion, to feel your dedication. We meet a couple times a year, but not all of you that are in this room. And to every man and woman that works for us, I applaud you. And we don't say that enough. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I'm in a sector that's constricting. For people who know where I work, I guess I get to be the guy who gets sometimes to walk people out. It's not comfortable. When I went home with this, I started to look for articles that support my position. I found an article in Human Resource Director magazine that speaks to the quarterly economic reports finds that right now manufacturing jobs are the lowest in the province of Ontario since 1976. While I was here, somebody sent me a link to Niagara Health. Niagara Health today is laying off 100 people. My friend has spoken about what's happening in the college sector, the university sector, and across the way. I can't, in good conscience, add when other places are constricting. Another resident sent me a link. Carolyn Mulrooney announces hiring freeze for Ontario's 143 government agencies. Again, my friend has spoken to municipal freezes, provincial freezes, and reductions. It is difficult, it is terrible, and it's hard to look you in the eye with the work you do. One gentleman's truck who works here, I see all the time. The hours that this person works, I know because his truck is there, right? So I know you're committed. I'm not going to suggest you're not. But my colleagues have spoken to reduction. And again, a number that I've heard, 3.5, well, I don't know how we're going to get there, but I think that the responsible thing to do is to start to work towards it. I cannot support any new positions. I can't. And I'm not going to suggest a hiring freeze because that ties hands in organizations where a person leaves and their position's not filled without jumping through hoops. That's not something I want. I also understand, as was raised, that other municipalities are doing things now that will have long-term effects on them. Yes, like next year's an election year. Maybe I'll be back, maybe I won't. But I have to have my integrity intact. It's bad out there. It's bad. One gentleman who spoke to me wondered if the plant that he worked at, that his father worked at, is going to be open. I, of course, said, don't worry about it. I see they're hiring more people. But then this report comes out that manufacturing is the lowest it's been since 1976. I don't want us to give up a thing. Nothing. Nothing. But we have to. So if 3.5 is what I hear from my colleagues, and there's a way to get there without decimating and taking huge steps back in everything we've done, because I don't want to kick the can down the road. I know that right now we could do like other municipalities and take X out of reserves and get it to a level that would make the world happy. But that would be pushing the dollars off on someone else next year. And for the next X amount of years, we can't do that. I would like to see the numbers that my colleagues have brought up. Matt, I cannot support the hiring of any new positions whatsoever in this economic time. And I heard my friend Mr. Carrick say slow. Let us slow it down. Let the economy rebound, because heaven forbid it gets worse. Heaven forbid it gets worse. And I realize that everybody here is doing their best to project in the future. If we all know what was coming, that would be great. We can only anticipate what's happened so far. And it's not, from my perspective, in the industry that I'm in, it is not good. So I will support what my colleagues have said of a LaSalle rate of 3.5 with no new positions, and if it means reducing reserves or other ways that we can mitigate our finances, I will follow along with my colleagues. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. Any other comments? struggling with where to go with this right now. When we were presented with this budget, we were presented with some very important information about what we are obligated to do, what contractual obligations there are. We've sat up here and we've asked for things, but yet we want to cut reserves. And that's concerning to me because I don't know how we continue to do what we do if we make these large cuts. I'm going to ask administration a question. In our budget, 2% is police, correct?
That's correct.
What percent is contractual obligations, meaning we have to pay for our increase in garbage, we have to pay for our increase in insurance, we have to pay our increase in wages? What percent was that? And if I put you on the spot, we can go after lunch because we're at lunch now. I'd like to understand exactly what is the we have to pay items before we get any further into talking about reductions, because getting to a number of 3 or 3.5 to me is kicking the can down the road. It is going to impact the service that we give to our residents. And that's something we all sat up here and we said we're very proud of. And so I want to make sure we all fully understand what that means. I understand mayor's or council's comments regarding a pause, not a freeze, but a pause on some of the hiring, unless maybe those positions are being able to be funded through other reserves. I understand that, maybe even pushing some of these positions to start in the 3rd or 4th quarter of 2026, but I'm really concerned with some of these major cuts that we're looking at to our reserves when we've sat here and we've said we need more money to do our infrastructure, to do our roads, to do the waterfront, to do the Volmer, and yet we're going to not put that money in, which is going to impact us huge in the future. So I think if we can get those numbers after lunch so that I have a clear picture of things that we cannot reduce or cannot control, and then maybe we can get more into some of the suggestions that you've heard today. If maybe you could come back with some of those numbers, we could see what it means as far as an impact to the overall budget numbers and what it would mean for, I can't really say for future because you can't do that. But is that a fair, I'm going to look to both of you, is that fair to give you time to look at and come back with those numbers and some of the suggestions you've heard?
Yeah, we'll work hard during lunch and, you know, I will be completely frank. We are pushing the can down the road. Where the picture of the snowball is getting bigger. I understand. I completely understand. Especially with, even if we don't increase capital at all, with inflation, that's reducing capital technically. With some of the service level enhancements, the Judy Wrecker and those, we can't do that without taking away from existing infrastructure. The math doesn't work. We still want to do all these new festivals and stuff, but we're not going to add the staffing to do it. We can still do it, but they're not, the quality is going to go down. But we will, that's okay. I understand there's balance. So we will come back, but this is the first time in 16 years that it's this drastic for me. We've always been able to reduce, but we're going to feel the reductions. Just being frank, it's okay. I can't not say that. I can't say we can reduce everything and it's just going to be fine and we're going to be able to carry on and do everything that we need to do. I'm being honest, but we will take it back. We'll come up with some options to get to potentially 3.5%.
Because we've asked for a lot of information to come back, we're going to take an extended lunch and we will resume at 1:30. Thank you.
Jeff Reno, two bifocals, Jeff Reno. In your next life, bifocals.
Okay, here we go. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Militia to give some scenarios for us to consider before we get into further debate.
Okay, thank you very much, members of council, for that extended lunch break. It's allowed us to go through the direction that we got from members of council through their individual comments and try to get to what you're looking for. I just do want to be clear that these suggestions that are being put forth are at the direction of council. These are not administration's recommendations. We stand by what we have previously recommended. However, we work at the pleasure of council, and we've heard what your concerns and comments have been and have prepared the following based on that direction. And so we have worked towards moving the LaSalle rate from just under 6% to just under 3.5%. That has required a $1.26 million reduction in the budget. The overall impact of that will be a blended 2.95% increase in the overall tax rate, and that's on the assumption that the County of Essex maintains their current 2.65% increase. The average impact for the LaSalle portion of the bill has been reduced from $189 per year to $109 per year, which is roughly about a $79 or $80 savings on an annual basis. That has been the result of the mitigation. In terms of where we sit, on an overall perspective, we have implemented the inflationary and contractual suggestions that were made previously. Just so as council is aware, we have no authority to change the police budget, so we've left that as status quo. We've eliminated all the new positions that were included in the budget, except for the new position that is included in the police budget, as well as the new position that is included in the fire budget that is in accordance with the fire master plan. We have reduced the allocations to asset management, the LaSalle landings, and the facilities transfers. Those were $250,000, $250,000, $100,000 respectively, for a reduction of $600,000. There were a number of small enhancements that were included in the budget, and we've left those status quo. We have left the fire master plan commitment status quo, or allocation status quo, because the majority of that amount, if not all of it, has been already committed to be used, and so we cannot eliminate that amount because it's being spent. We've increased the corporate revenues. Accordingly, we have not included any Vollmer Recreation Complex related increases at the direction of council. And so only the increases to non-Vollmer revenues have been implemented as part of the budget. And obviously the assessment, the growth from new assessment is still consistent from year to year. So these are a summary of the reductions that will need to be passed. And again, in accordance with the strong mayor budget process, we will have to go individually, move, second, and vote on each individual aspect that you see here. So these are in summary of what was on the previous slides under option C plus some additional amounts in order to get to the end of what you're looking for. I will note that specifically we have not included the reduction for the Conservation Authority allocation for the purchase of environmentally sensitive lands. We have not included the elimination of the Canada Day celebration, and we have not included the revenue increase associated at the Vollmer Recreation Center. Those three items at the direction of council have not been included in the reduction, so these are what is left at this point. So we have a reduction in the finance and administration area for the property tax write-offs of $25,000. the reduction, or sorry, the increase of other revenues in that area of 10,000, reduction in legal fees of 25,000 related to HR, an increase in the event center revenue of 10,000, and an increase in the application revenue in the planning and development area of 5,000. We have reduced the non-recurring capital in Public Works roads by 10,000. We've reduced the Vollmer Center soccer fertilization and seed account by 10,000. Reduced the Vollmer Center soccer miscellaneous account by 10,000. Reduced the Vollmer Center baseball fertilizer and seed account by 5,000. The baseball paint by 5,000, and the miscellaneous account by $5,000. We've also reallocated the alley process into a user pay model in which anything in the pipeline will be dealt with through a reserve. We've also increased, again, the first set of increases that you see here for revenue accounts in terms of finance, council services, dog licenses, corporate fees, facilities, and things of that nature. These are all based on the 10% increase in the rate of those charges. So, for example, just a simple one, the dog license rate will go up by 10% effectively in 2026, just to give you an idea of what that revenue increase looks like. We have eliminated all the new staffing positions, save and except those two I noted earlier, and eliminated the financial services transfers that you see here under asset management, LaSalle Landings, and facilities. That in total, just if I screen back up to this, gets us the reductions of $1,264,000, which brings the LaSalle rate down to just under 3.5%, with the overall rate being at just under 3%. So at that, again, I'll maybe turn it over to the mayor in terms of directing council in terms of commentary on those items. I will just note back to council that as part of the process, we'll need to have an individual resolution passed for each one of these items. And that's the order in which we have to go through. So leaving it at that, I will stop sharing my screen. I will pop the screen back up when it comes back to the actually, I don't really need to because I think the clerk has the information in terms of the reductions. And so I can put that back up if so be it or not, but that I'll leave that to council at that point. Sorry, I'm just...
Okay, thank you. Members of council. Councilor Reno.
Before any major discussion, I'm just wondering, is it possible, Joe, to get a copy of those 4 slides on paper so we can put it in front of us and look at the whole picture? I just need to see a little bit more.
Okay, no problem. We can do that. And in the meantime, I decided to put my words on paper because I felt that I was having a hard time saying what I really wanted to, and I don't want to say something that offends anyone or misinterprets what I'm trying to say, so I've written it down and I will share it with you now because I think it's important. First, I want to speak directly to administration. Once again, you have done an incredible job throughout this budget session. You do an incredible job all year long, servicing our residents, finding solutions, managing pressures, and keeping our town moving forward. I don't want a single comment you've heard over the past few days or weeks to make you feel any different. You are invaluable to our team, and we cannot operate without you. You are what makes LaSalle different from every other municipality. We've heard some comments today that may have given the wrong impression, so I want to be absolutely clear. We are not eliminating any positions in the town of LaSalle. We know how hard you work, we know the pressures you face, and unlike colleges or universities who are facing declining enrollment or businesses that are struggling with customer loss, we are growing. Every year, our population increases, our demand increases, our services needs increase, and you guys always rise to that challenge, and we need to thank you for that. But there's a limit, and I know there's a limit, of how far we can stretch the same people across more responsibilities, and that limit is exactly why we're here today and what we have to debate up here. Now to council, I want to thank you for taking the time and effort and thought you've put into this budget. It is never easy to sit in a chair and balance what is good for today with what is good for the long-term future of our town. But that is the work we've signed up for, and I'm proud of the thoughtful debate that we've had today. We are a forward-thinking municipality. People often ask, how does LaSalle build the Vollmer without funding? How did we build a waterfront? How do we offer almost a full-time fire department and our own police? How do we offer so many programs and services and amenities? But the answer is actually really simple. Planning. Looking past today and into our future. The decisions we make today directly shape the future of the town of LaSalle. And I cannot sit here and support an arbitrary number because a handful of residents said we should be below inflation or not higher than other towns. The reality is this: our pressures are not the same as our neighbors. We do not receive the same funding as others, and that has been made clear repeatedly over the past 2 days. So when someone says to us, go to 3% or go to a 3.5%, the question is, at what cost? What services are we downgrading? What infrastructure are we going to push to tomorrow? Don't forget the very well-designed snowball slide that showed exactly what happens when we push costs and pressures into the future. We make it harder for people to live here long-term because costs compound and the hole gets deeper. And then we are accused of not planning ahead. I've heard the same concerns as all of you had from the residents, but let me say this clearly. It is simply not true that all residents want lower taxes. Of course, no one wants to pay more taxes. I'm not saying that. That's common sense. But what we constantly hear from more residents is that they are willing to pay a reasonable increase if it means better roads, especially when we heard today that we're having a hard time keeping it up, better facilities, and that continued services make LaSalle what it is. That's why they're here. We represent all residents. A budget decision is no different than any other tough decision we make at this table at any of our other meetings. We have to look at the big picture, not just the loudest voices. So let me break this down simply. And I had to sit there and kind of get through this number, but 1% for us is roughly $500,000, which is $31 a year for the average household. And I don't have the number. I wanted to find it. I didn't have time to show how many houses in LaSalle actually are the average household, because I think that's a really important number. At 4.5% increase for the town of LaSalle, which is about a 3.6% overall, it's about $141.67 a year. We go down a whole percent to 3.5. Why? Because we think that's the number we need to hit, which is roughly 2.9% blended, equals $110 per year. So that difference, the amount some are fighting so hard over, is approximately $32 a year, or $2.65 a month. If we are saying that saving $2.65 a month is worth compromising long-term infrastructure, public safety, services, staffing, and our town's future, then we are not being forward-thinking, and we are not representing all 35,000 people who count on us. Every single capital item we pause this year gets pushed to next year. And next year we face the same pressures we have today, plus the new pressures that come with another year of growth. Residents have asked us to plan for the future. Residents have asked for better roads, better parks, safer streets, more services, and more amenities. We cannot deliver any of that if we don't fund our municipality properly. I want to thank the residents, because a lot of them did reach out, whether in support or opposition. Their input is important, and we value every voice. But today, we must make a decision that is responsible, sustainable, and honest. At the end of the day, my responsibility and our responsibility is to the entire community and to the future of our beautiful town. And I will not be supporting the cuts that cut services, jeopardizes our infrastructure, or harms the long-term health of LaSalle. We owe our residents more than that. We owe our future more than that. And I hope council will take a moment to think of the numbers I just shared with you and ask yourselves, if really $2.65 a month or even $5 a month is going to do the right thing for our town, because I don't think that's going to impact budgets the way we all think it's going to. So I know everyone has a copy of that. I don't know if you need a few minutes to review it. If someone's ready to speak, I will turn the mic over to you if you have something to add. But I cannot support what's been put in front of us. We are completely, I don't even know the word for it. We're just putting ourselves in a terrible position if we start getting rid of all of our asset management dollars and our investments in our future. It's not proper planning, and it's not what we've done in the town of LaSalle. Deputy Mayor?
Your worship, can I get the numbers that you spoke again? I didn't have a pen, please.
So these were provided. I had to get them to clarify it a few times for me. But so the difference is when you have 1%, which is $500,000, it's $31 per year for the average household. The average household is $270,000 for the assessed value, $710,000 for our market value, and represents, and I wish I had the exact number of how many houses that actually represents in the town of LaSalle next year. That slide's got to be back. I love that one. 4.5% town of LaSalle, which is a blended overall 3.6, is $141.67 a year. To bring this down to a 3.5, which, as you saw on that slide, is very impactful to the future of the town, would give us a 2.9 blended, or $110 a year, which is, again, a savings of $32 per average house, or $2.65 a month. That is, at the end of the day, what we're saying. We're willing to jeopardize the future of our town over $2.65 a month. And okay, so there's some houses that are more than the average, then they're $5 a month. But really, that's the number we have to focus on. That is the impact. Go ahead. Continue, go ahead.
Your worship, I'll stand down. I'll let my colleagues speak.
Okay, Councillor Carrick?
So do we want to make comments? Because I'm not fencing, but at the end of the day, things aren't the same as they are. We need to pause things, slow some stuff down. And this is not the end of the world to me. It just buys us some time. And come the next election, there needs to be a rethink of what we think priorities are. That's my opinion. So this helps us ease the impact on the average person. Whether it's $2 or $4, it still helps ease it, and it doesn't set us up for failure. It just sets us up to buy some time. And it buys us some breathing room, because who knows what's going to happen. And then trying to get 6 to 8 to 10% next year, if the wheels have fallen off, is totally unacceptable. So I'm comfortable with this right here. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Burns?
Thank you for your passion. I could hear it in your words. I know it doesn't seem like much, but at the end of the day, this is what a lot of people have asked us to do. I don't think there's I'll speak for myself anyways, but what I heard today is we need to be reasonable with our increases, and you also have to understand where I am with my job in my workplace, where I am trying to feed my family, where I am trying to feed my extended family. And I know that $110 is not a lot of money, but I'll go back in history. I remember when everybody was dinging somebody a coffee at a month. Well, by the time you added up all the copies per month, it was over $10 or $12 a month. Because one was for the hydro, one was for the school board, one was for this, one was for that. So it, I think it's our duty to listen to the people that have spoken to us. I don't concur with some of them, but the average person that I'm in contact with are seniors, are young families, and they've asked for relief, please. And they've requested those relief in responsible emails to all of us. I did not find in my reading any bullying, any saying anything except, please help us. So I'm not moving below this target. I don't think we've destroyed the world. I don't think that this town is going to go to hell in a basket. But I think we will find out what our fellow residents think of us. And, you know, you were good enough to raise your concerns. Please be good enough to let us know if we've done the best we can, because I believe we have. We've all put it here. I never suggest that we would be laying anybody off. Furthest thing, what I am asking from staff is please help us for 365 days till we're here next year, or whoever's here next year, and we'll see what it looks like then. And this is the first time in my political career, on and off since 1991, that we've done this. We've lived with the good times. Now we have to live with a little bit of the bad times. And I'm sorry you can't support it, but I've also been there, Your Worship, on the fire hall. Cost me election, but that was fine. Some of the landing I wasn't there for, but it's here. The ship sailed. We have to support it. So it is not very easy to go against the grain. So I certainly thank you for that. And I will be for the reduction. Thank you.
Councillor Richo Spagnola.
Thank you. So thank you for your comments and your vulnerability on being true and honest on how you feel, and your comments. A lot of your comments I do agree with. I do agree with always being forward thinking. I absolutely do agree with that. I'm just having a hard time, and I've spoken to so many residents in all different walks of life, all different areas in our community, who are all asking for a little bit of relief. And it's our job as council to do, not always, obviously, what the residents are asking, but to try to empathize with what they're saying. And the tax increase that were brought to us earlier, it was too high for my liking. This one is more for what I was aiming for, the 3 to 3.5. And, you know, it's hard for us not to put those extra funds in those accounts and to think, you know, for the future. But I think for 1 year of a hold, the future council of next year will have some hard decisions to do, but maybe in that time we'll be in a better position to do those hirings of those staff and to do a little bit of, add a little bit extra money into fundings and reserves. But I'm comfortable with this this proposal right here. Thank you.
Councillor Reno.
Thank you, Your Worship. As many of us, I have been fortunate to grow up in LaSalle. My parents moved a house onto Lafferty Street back in 1970, and I've been here ever since. And I'm very proud of many of the councils that came before us that made decisions so that we could continue at the pace we're going, at the quality of life that we have. And I would be amiss if I didn't say I didn't get the emails. I got the same emails as everybody else, asking for relief. Many of them just asking for relief, not necessarily telling me how they wanted me to go about it. They didn't tell me if they wanted me to cut from reserve transfers. They didn't tell me if they wanted me to change my snow removal policy, you know, but they did ask for relief. So, you know, what has been proposed before this, you know, I had mentioned earlier a proposal that could get us down to a blended rate of 3.7, but a LaSalle rate of 4.8. I see some further mitigation in this, but I still can't agree with cutting our financial transfers to asset management. That's an $800,000 transfer that you're going to cut to zero. In the few minutes in between, I got to read some posts online, and somebody said, well, whatever they do, I hope they redo Martin Lane next year, because it's all broken up. Those are the kinds of answers we're going to have to give in the years to come and say, you know, I would have loved to do that road had we not saved you an extra $30 this year in your entire year tax bill. And I mean, I applaud the financial team for having the strength to reduce that to 250 in the presented budget, which I kind of feel is was a little bit too much, but they're the professionals, not me. They understand what can be recouped. But they also presented about LaSalle Landing. And I fought for LaSalle Landing the last time we wanted to reduce it, which was 2 years ago. And the problem I have with that, and I understand there's a misconception out there that that transfer right there is because of the skate trail. This transfer here is going to fund the things that people actually have been asking for. Yes, people appreciate the skate trails, people appreciate the event center, but they've been asking for the shops. They've been asking for the new pool. They've been asking for the trails along the water's edge. Taking that money out of there is going to push all those goals down the road. And to think that we've been doing this for 5 years, and we said at that time, well, you know, it's going to take us some time. We didn't get the grant, so this could take us 20 years. Now 5 years in, we're saying this could take us 20 years. And I would only suggest that if we take that out, in 5 years we're going to say, this is only going to take us 20 years. And at this point in my life, I don't know that I'll see the end of the actual project. So I don't agree in the new proposal of taking the 250 out of asset management or LaSalle Landing. That is one full point off of the goal. Because of that, I can't support the reduction. I could support if those two were put back in. I could definitely support, because most of the other things I see are estimates. You know, a little less fertilizer, a little less this. Maybe we make a little more of that. I mean, those are all things that could be a little easier to mitigate a year from now if they don't come true. Thank you.
Councillor Seguin.
Mayor, thank you for your honest and passionate reflection on the proposal. I just want to clarify one thing, and it's not just me, I think maybe it might be others. My comments weren't based on one visit to one house. I purchased 13,000 canvas cards at the election, and I have a little over 1,000 left, which means I went to 11,000 and a half homes, right to the doors. So I literally heard between the middle of July and the day before Election Day, thousands who responded to me with the same theme, that they could not endure this level of taxation. I'm looking at Place Speak here. You know, I've read all the comments. I'm sure everybody's read them. Emails online that pretty well all of us, I think, have been receiving at large there for the particularly last couple of weeks. And I just find it difficult to move away from where we were before the lunch, or the pause that we did here before the administration had a chance to have another look at it. So I'm still in the position that I can't support the changes to this budget.
Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. You speak with passion and caring, so thank you for that. I sit here and I listen to my colleagues and these folks that I have the privilege of sitting up here with. And I always I look back to some statistical numbers that have come here. I find a report on Canada's economy grows 2.6%, blowing past expectations, which is great, wonderful. Beat forecasts. And then it gets to the last line of the report. However, an advanced estimate for October shows that momentum may have faded going into the final quarter of the year, with activity constricting by 0.3% during the month. Canada's economy successfully avoided a recession, which is defined as 2 back-to-back quarters of negative GDP growth. I wish I had the economic background to write this report. As my colleagues have said, I've heard what the public has said to us, and the privilege of sitting up here is trying to do the best for everybody who lives in the municipality. I asked you about your numbers because that 3.6 to 2.9, $141 to $110, for someone who's not worried about their job, that's not a stretch. I went out at lunchtime and I bumped into somebody at the bank. And they said, "What are you doing?" I said, "I'm taking a break from the budget." And they told me exactly what they thought of me, the budget process, and where we were going. And it wasn't aggressive. It was very, very wonderful. It was a nice interaction. And because I had to go into the bank, it was an older person. And this older person simply said, "Everything's going up. Can you not do something?" And I simply said, "We're trying our best." And the response was, "Well, bloody hell, try harder." We are intrinsically tied, as you said, Your Worship, to everything that goes on in this municipality, from the Strawberry Festival to all the great things that we've done, to all of our successes, and any of the social miscues that have happened. They don't happen very often. But I think if we don't move with what's been proposed here, and again, my friend has made a couple of suggestions that I'm not objecting to, and if I understand what the CAO has said, we still have to go line by line by line and approve everything. I think that as we go line by line, I'd like to, what Mr. Reno suggested, I'd like to understand what that would do to the rate. Now, where we are right now, a blended overall of 2.95, that's palatable. And I realize that it's difficult decisions that we make, and sometimes unpopular, sometimes hard, lump in my throat as I talk about some of stuff like this. We are all emotional because we care. And why do we care? Because these are our friends, family, and neighbors. I think where we're at right now is a great starting point, and if we can get some support on some of these individual lines to move, then I'm happy to support this. But this is the bare minimum that I'm prepared to support. Right? And I realize, I understand what the CAO has said, we still have to go line by line. And if that's the case, then there might be some room to change, but right now, I'm thinking, Your Worship, that where we are right now, we have to make these cuts, and we have to do it responsibly in order to preserve the small amounts that some of these folks have in their pockets. Thank you.
Okay. No other questions, comments, statements? Councillor Rena?
Just to clarify the vote, again, before, what I had suggested would basically bring the municipal rate down to 4.5, which is a 25% savings from what was advertised and what was proposed, which is actually a much bigger than what was originally asked for. It's over 25% difference. Again, I'm still happy with a 25% reduction in that. I think that has done what's been asked. I'll stand by my 2 items, but I just want clarification that as we vote line by line, if something is defeated, then that will affect that 2.95. I want everybody to just understand that, because if we vote something yea or nay one way or the other, even if 9 out of 10 end up one way, that number is going to change.
So to clarify, the list of directed mitigations that is before you, in order for the LaSalle rate to go to 3.47 and the overall rate to go to 2.95, all of those suggestions need to be approved. Whether they're approved unanimously or not, they need to be approved in order to achieve the overall reduction that's been asked for.
Okay, so I'm going to go line by line. No, it's fine. This one's our starting point, that one here. Okay, so starting point would be F&A property tax write-offs, which is $25,000. All in favor? Do you want to move in second for each one? Okay. Moved by Deputy Mayor Akapata, support by Councillor Reno. All in favor? That carries. Next item, F&A other revenue is $10,000. I move in support. Moved by Councillor Burns, support by Councillor Carrick. All in favor? Carries. HR legal fees, $25,000. Mover, Councillor Regis Spagnolo, support. The third item, legal fees. Okay, so I had mover, Councillor Regis Spagnolo, support. Councillor Segan, all in favor? Carries. CNR Event Center revenue, $10,000. Moved by Councillor Burns, support by Councillor Carrick, all in favor? Carries. P&D OP zoning application revenue, $5,000. Moved by Deputy Mayor Kapata, support by Councillor Segan, all in favor? Yes, sorry, that carried. Public Works Roads non-recurring small capital, $10,000. Moved by Councillor Regis Spagnolo, support by Councillor Reno, all in favor? And that carries. Public Works VC Soccer Fertilizer Seed, $10,000. Moved by Councillor Burns, supported by Councillor Regis Spagnolo, all in favor? That carries. Public Works VC Soccer Miscellaneous, $10,000. Moved by Councillor Reno, support by Councillor Segan, all in favor? That carries. Public Works VC Baseball Fertilizer and Seed, $5,000. Moved by Deputy Mayor Kapata, support by Councillor Reno, all in favor? That carries. PW Parks VC Baseball Paint, $5,000. Moved by Councillor Reno, support by Councillor Segan, all in favor? That carries. Public Works Parks VC Baseball Miscellaneous, $5,000. Moved by Councillor Reno, support by Councillor Carrick, all in favor? And that carries. Alley closings, $60,000. Moved by Councillor Burns, support by Councillor Segan, all in favor? And that carries. Revenue, finance and admin, $8,000. Moved by Councillor Regis Spagnolo, support by Councillor Reno, all in favor? That carries. Revenue Council Services, $2,500. Moved by Councillor Burns, support by Councillor Deputy Mayor Capata, all in favor? That carries. Revenue Dog Licenses, $2,000. Moved by Councillor Segan, support by Councillor Reno, all in favor? All in favor? Sorry, that carries. Revenue Public Works Corporate, $4,000. Moved by Councillor Burns, support by Councillor Regis Spagnolo, all in favor? That carries. Revenue Public Works Facilities, $5,000. Moved by Councillor Reno, support by Councillor Segan, all in favor? That carries. Revenue Public Works Parks, $5,000. Moved by Councillor Reno, support. Councillor Carrick, all in favor? That carries. Revenue Planning, $7,500. Moved by Councillor Reno, support. Councillor Carrick, Segan, all in favor? That carries. Reduction of new staffing, $450,000. Moved by Councillor Burns, support by Councillor Regis Spagnolo, all in favor? That carries. Financial service transfers, your asset management reduction of $250,000, which is the further reduction from what we were at. Moved. Councillor Carrick, support by Councillor Regis Spignolo. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Financial service transfers to LaSalle Landing, $250,000. Moved by Councillor Burns, support by Councillor Carrick. All in favor? Opposed? Carries. Financial service transfers to facilities, $100,000. Moved by Councillor Reno, support. Councillor Carrick, all in favor? And that carries. So at the end of the day, that means the LaSalle rate is 3.47% with a blended overall rate of 2.95%. The impact on the average household is $109.99. I have no comments. Meeting adjourned. Before I adjourn, I actually do have a report we do need to do. Okay. So we can just leave that one? We'll come back with that one. Anything else? Okay. We have a confirmatory bylaw, 2025-100, be given a first, second, third reading and finally passed. Moved by anyone? Councillor Carrick and Councillor Burns, all in favor? That carries. Thank you to staff for a very long 2 days, and hopefully we'll see some of you tonight at the grand opening. Thanks.